Hello. What's up, everybody? Shazar, Anktar, JR, Rasta, 10 bucks, Warren, Fear the Dawn, Current, Mark, Saladino, Radical, Cassie, Rico. Wait. Oh, yeah. Fishboy, Epato, White Wolf, X, Berg, Legger. How's everybody doing today? This was not Sylvain. No, this was Rollo Tomasi. Great. How's everybody doing on this Monday, 14th of April, 2025? How are we enjoying those Discord notifications? What a useful feature. So much more reliable than Twitch. Yesterday was Sylvain, yes. For sure. It worked. I mean, you saw the Discord notification and it just felt weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm modernizing the channel soon. You know, we'll have points redeems, hype trade. No, we won't. None of that shit. But you know, you actually got a Twitch notification now? Yeah, Hubs. I think suddenly Twitch feels threatened. You know, it's like, oh, they're using external means. Now you want to step up your game, Twitch, huh? It's like, you know, if you've been a bit lazy in the bedroom and suddenly your girlfriend comes home or your wife comes home with, you know, a gigantic. And then suddenly you're like, oh yeah, I gotta step it up, right? Weird analogy. Not. And I'm not speaking out of, you know, personal experience there. I'm just imagining, you know. How are you doing, Hubs? I'm happy I can use anywhere on Discord now. Yeah, I'm so happy I can use my emotes now. Like, just for that alone, it's worth it. Oddly specific example. I know it's oddly specific, and I mean it when I say it's not a personal experience. Sometimes it is, you know. I'm happy to share lore with you guys, but this is definitely not a personal experience. I wouldn't mind, you know. I'm like, well, it's fine. You know, I'm all for people taking care of themselves. So, you know, I would be very welcoming to that sort of stuff. You can only use them on other servers with Nitro. I'm not sure actually. If you have Twitch connected, you can use them anywhere. Well, there you go. So, you know, your resistance to connecting Twitch is ruining your Discord experience. I don't know. I do have Nitro right now, so I'm not sure. Yeah. So I'm not sure exactly how it works. Yeah. Let's see. Let me sit on the main menu for a little bit. How do I do this again? Oh yeah, this and then that. It's a little complex to launch Elden Ring here for some reason. Bandai Namco. Is it? Hold on. We need to find a non-nitro user to check. Oh, you're nitro too. Yeah. I mean, maybe you need nitro. Okay, now the controller's working. That's so weird. I'm having issues recharging my controller now that it's not linked to my PS5 anymore, but to my PC. But I used the PS5 charging cable the other day, but for some reason it didn't want to charge very much. I'm like, I don't know what to do. What if I do this? What's up, Tioma? What the hell? Did you hear that? It cut my entire... Okay, it turns on as soon as I connect it. I don't... Whatever. I also do not understand why it cuts the sound. I know that technically the controller is a speaker and the mic, so like sometimes it messes with Windows, but I deactivated that shit, so it should... I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean the it's connecting well, so I don't know. It's a weird thing, so I don't know what's up with Tioma. Speaking to the controller mic stream, yeah, sure, you will enjoy that very high quality. I used to hate, like, whenever I would connect my PlayStation controller to the PC, it would, like, mess with my Discord settings on my old computer. Like, this one, I set everything up so that nothing, like, it's technically impenetrable. Like, nothing should mess with my settings. But I don't know. It's still messing with Elden Ring for some reason. How's everybody doing today? Are we excited for more Elden Ring? I am excited for more Elden Ring myself. I've been thinking, like, I had the game on my mind since yesterday, with that fucking bird that I'm trying to kill, and I was thinking about the exploration of where we are, and I'm excited to explore that castle and everything. The whole thing. DualSense does some weird USB stuff. It pretends to be a 4-speaker setup. 2 front speakers are the actual speakers, and the rear speakers are for the linear actuator, for the rumble stuff. Oh yeah, I think I've read about that actually back in the day when it first came out, that some of the like haptic feedback is technically a speaker. I don't know. From you know, from like the way it gets identified. Yeah, a magnet. Yeah, magnet that makes things vibrate to a speaker. Maybe does it respond like a speaker? Like, is it the sound that makes it react in the way it does for that specific stuff? I don't know. Maybe that's how they program it, you know, so that it reacts to sort of the sound in the game and all that. I don't know, I'm not sure. But what's up, Businala? White Wolf, thank you for the 20 bucks. And it says, achievement unlocked. Daniel getting with the times. Because I have a Discord notification? Wow. Thank you, White Wolf. I appreciate that. Baby steps, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and if you haven't joined the Discord yet, if you're around, we do have a Discord server now. Mostly for live notifications, but there is a chat for subscribers and a little few more exclusive benefits for tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers. So, enjoy that, including a spoiler chat where you can talk about the stuff about the game that you can't talk on in Twitch chat because of the rules. That's great. You enjoy that. But yeah, I've been thinking about like more stuff to offer to, you know, subs and all that. I'm thinking a music, like a sort of a specifically music recommendation channel, but specifically for me to pick song of the day from, you know, like I always do like a song of the day every day during the countdown. And I'm, you know, sometimes I find myself running out of ideas of what to play because I, you know, 5 songs per week and you go through appropriate stuff pretty quickly. So I'm thinking having a channel where you guys can suggest some songs for the stream and then I pick one of them on the day, you know, like when I start my day, I pick one of them and I'm like, okay, today I played this one. I think it'd be fun. Yeah. Also gives you a little bit, you know, like, oh, is today gonna be my song or whatever? It'd be interesting. Sort of create a whole, I don't know. We'll have to see. Not sure yet. It's a good idea. Yeah, I think it may be. We'll see. Makes sense, as in you don't need a new tech to access that. Appears as a speaker, just works with all devices that support controllers with speakers. Compatible game would generate a fake audio stream to those channels. Interesting. Wasn't there... I feel like I've read that recently. Didn't we have a conversation about that like a few months back? About those sort of like haptic gloves that would, you know, like give you the feeling of actually like holding items and touching things, and it was programmed like a speaker for some reason? I think that was sort of the same thing. I don't remember. I feel like that rings a bell. Did you take a look at creepies and band requests? I mean, someone mentioned it in chat yesterday, like one of the mods, so I didn't feel the need to go look at it. It was programmed like a speaker because vibrations are utilized to provide haptic feedback. Yeah, that was the thing. I remember that. When are we getting to, like, full body haptic suits? And VR and everything. It's interesting how it feels like the late 2010s we were making strides in terms of VR and stuff like that. Everyone was focusing on that. And it just sort of disappeared. Like, nobody cares about it anymore. I don't know. Technically, we could do them and do that well, but it would be mad expensive. Not hyped anymore, so no news makes the mainstream. I guess so, yeah. All that sort of bandwidth has been taken over by AI stuff, right? That's like the big thing now. And I don't think this one's gonna go anywhere because it generates a lot of money for the corporations, so... I don't know, I'm sure VR is gonna have another day in the sun. It just needs to be cheaper and better and more accessible in general. How many times did he say fam in his request? Hopefully once. I'll be more excited about augmented reality. I won't. I don't. Like I don't care about augmented reality too much. I want to remove the reality part of everything. Just replace it, you know? What's up, Stoner? Sounds like a client for uploaded AI. I mean, I'm, you know, I wouldn't want to be there forever or anything, but I'm pretty interested in the idea of just, you know, plug something in your neck and then you just get like a full immersive VR experience. I would, the deep dive sort of thing. I wouldn't mind that. If it was safe and everything, you know. I don't know. Connect me to the Matrix. I want to eat that steak in the Matrix. It sounds delicious. Much better than reality sometimes. Taking the blue pill all day? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm not sure how I would react if actually presented with the choice, right? But I think, what was his name? Cypher had a point. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little more complicated than that, of course, but... what was I thinking about yesterday? I saw something and I was like, oh, that's... I don't remember. Just like to fabricate black and white options to make our points. Humans are good at that and bad at nuance. Yeah, I think we're getting worse and worse at it too. And I do believe social media plays a big part there. Because nuance doesn't get positively reinforced by social media, right? We've had that conversation before, but it's... the more extreme and simple your opinion is, the more engagement you get. So we're, you know, we're reinforcing simple, extreme opinions. Because everything revolves around social media now. And that's why it's important to keep having real conversations with real people outside of those contexts. Because otherwise you just you know, you get out of practice, you know. Oh yeah, I mean, social media definitely is not just all bad, right? It's giving a platform and visibility to, you know, a lot of people that wouldn't have it otherwise, and that's great. But I feel like that's also a little bit, you know, degrading lately, because it feels like the way social media works is less and less sort of free flowing, right? More and more controlled, and algorithms are definitely more and more curating the type of stuff everyone is going to see, regardless of your personal interests. And you know, it's interesting how it all kind of worked, in the sense of, at the beginning, the way those algorithms were designed was to make the content you see more and more in, you know, customized to your personal interests and all that. And that was the big thing. How do you make it more customized towards you? And I think I still think that's true for like advertisement and shit like that. But as a matter of like the content you're actually gonna see, I feel now we're getting the opposite way. It's how do you slowly transition someone's timeline, the content someone is gonna see, to what you want them to see without them realizing that it's happening. I feel like that's the key now for a lot of algorithms and all that. You know, we're not training the algorithms anymore. We're getting trained by the algorithms to want to see a specific kind of content and accept it. Of course, Antar, yeah. That is true. What's up, Kimi? How are you doing today? Interconnection, accessible communication allows for everyone to have an opinion. It's really easy to provide and access. Pros and cons. Yeah. I've had that conversation, I think, recently about, you know, I feel like it's always been in our nature as a civilization to connect, right? From the dawn of mankind, creating routes between people, creating roads, creating ways of communication, whether it's vehicles, whether it's telephone lines, you know, smoke signals, whatever it is, we always try to connect more and more, and it always brings good things and bad things. You know, it's great to be able to connect different tribes and people together, but then suddenly disagreements arrive and it leads to wars, right? I mean, if you simplify, that's sort of how it works. And so I feel like in this current age of, you know, the age of information, we're reaching critical mass when it comes to the amount of communication we get and the amount of violence that also arises from it, on, you know, as a side effect of all of it. So yeah, I feel like are we reaching some sort of breaking point? Does it need to collapse entirely at some point? You know, like the typical acceleration of things into a total destruction, which is typically what happens to any system, regardless of what it is. I don't know, we'll see. Shepard, thank you for the 33 months. Tier 1, I appreciate that. Hope you've been doing well. CL Shepard, you will be remembered. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Rather than the wealth part, what you know, because obviously the wealth, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're lucky enough to benefit from that part of it, but I feel like most people don't, right? The wealth part of capitalism is more, I feel, unfortunately, about the inequalities than everyone benefiting from it. But what we do benefit from is sort of the comfort that comes with having a system like that. Because we do have some sort of comfort, at least in a lot of places. In the I should say, in the Western, Northern Hemisphere world, I guess. I don't know. And that kind of comfort is difficult to give up on, right? Which is why we're sort of stuck in that system. But I don't know, I feel like the comfort thing is slowly eroding. I mean, granted, you know, we have a roof over our heads, we have a lot of entertainment and all that, but I feel like things are getting more and more difficult lately. Once people start, well, I mean, it's already the case for a lot of people, but once enough people struggle to put food on the table is when I'm really interested to see how, you know, things are going to turn out. Because hungry people are not happy people. So I don't mean how much money you have in the bank, but the develop. Yeah, okay, so yeah, like basically you're coming back to what I said, right? Like the comfort thing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll never know if other systems could have done better, right? That's the tragedy of it is it's hard to see two things at the same time. Mm. Can look at China over the next 100 years. Yeah, but I think there's an interesting part here is because even though China sort of like politically works on a different system and, you know, treats their people very differently, it is still part of the global economical thing, which is there because of the Western world's, you know, capitalistic society. So I don't think it's necessarily a perfect example because they, you know, why does China have so much money and everything? Because they export everything to the rest of the world, right? So that generates a lot of, you know, revenue that they can then use for their own urbanization and, you know. So it's not completely like in a vacuum. I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Like China is not, you know, it's not just like a communist society. Like there's way more to it at play there, just because, you know, as a result of basically the globalization of everything at that point. What's up, Eve? But I don't know. Do you think people living in one of those uncontacted tribes in the middle of the Pacific on a random remote island somewhere. You think these people are happier than we are, fundamentally speaking? I wonder. Maybe unless some asshat leaves them a can of Diet Coke. I've heard about that story very briefly. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but yeah. What's up, Tech D? How are you doing today? I live in a developing country with capitalist economy, and most people are definitely not comfortable. If it weren't for religion and other forms of propaganda, heads would be rolling. Yeah, that's what I was touching on earlier, right? That comfort thing is unfortunately not for everyone, right? And there's a lot of people suffering from some people's comfort, and I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the comfort line is raising towards, you know, only being accessible to the wealthier. And I feel like the more people are under that line of comfort, again, when we stop being able to put food on the table in the majority of the Western world's, you know, homes and all that, what happens then? That's going to be the interesting part. And when I say interesting, I mean tragic and probably very violent, but hey, with a bit of luck, I'll be gone before that happens. I don't know. It's accelerating very fast, and I'm fortunately still pretty young, so I don't think I'm going to be able to escape that. I don't know. Consider myself lucky, even though I didn't have the best spawn point. Yeah, well, hey, I'm glad you're getting by. And welcome in as well. What's up, Aquarelic? How are you doing today? Alright, let me get in the game. I want some chill music. This loud blasting thing does not. I've been thinking, like, I was thinking yesterday about, you know, like the fact that I can't upgrade my weapons and everything, and I could teleport back to the church, but I really like the idea of not just fast traveling everywhere. I think the way I'm gonna approach it is without it being a hard rule, but I think when I'm exploring a new area, I'm gonna refuse myself fast traveling. Something like that. And I'm gonna allow myself to fast travel later when, like, I've fully explored an area and maybe I need to return to a specific place real fast or something for whatever reason, right? But yeah, we'll see. The least I fast travel, the more immersed and interested I am. And also, I feel like in this game specifically, since there's difference between night, day, and, you know, with the way From Software quests work, for instance, sometimes just backtracking through areas again honestly can be very beneficial. You can find things you didn't find the first time, or see things you missed, or... So I think I'm gonna have to fast travel as little as I can. That's kind of my goal. But I'm sure we'll reach a point where, you know, I want to real fast go to some places and go check something real quick. You know, it's probably not going to be reasonable not to fast travel, but I want to maintain that sort of feeling of exploration as much as I can. By, you know, avoiding fast travel. But yeah, as far as right now is concerned, I definitely think I'm going to keep trying to bash my head against that bird for a moment. And then move towards, you know, exploring this whole little part of the peninsula and the castle and whatever this all is, and then we'll explore the rest of the island. I think that's the plan right now. Life is bread, you know. Back in the day, we had a revolution. Yeah. Are we gonna have another one, though? Or are people too busy playing video games, watching TV, and scrolling on their social media to realize fully what's happening? I don't know. We're all frogs and the water's getting pretty damn warm. But they've become better at cooking us, that's for sure. They're not gonna let the same mistakes, you know, happen again. That they learned from history. Not all the other stuff. But how to avoid, you know, getting their head chopped off, I think that they learned, unfortunately. What's up, Pitkiss? Maybe we'll get there once the bombs have been dropped. Maybe? Feel like we're ending up in Cyberpunk at some point. Will not be as fun as playing it. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, if it's between Cyberpunk and Fallout, I know which outcome I would prefer, but... I'm trying to, you know, keep in mind... I'm trying to focus on the Chinese farmer parable right now, if you've heard of it. I'm trying to focus on that now. These days in my life in general. And I'm trying to stay open to the possibility that things that look bad may not be necessarily bad forever, you know? Yeah, Eve, I always tend to do that in games. Like, immersion, to me, preserving immersion is one of the most important things when I play a game. And I think not fast traveling, unless, you know, I really have to, or it gets to a point where it feels better to fast travel than not to, is important. Especially, again, with a game like that, I feel like there's so many things to see that you can miss the first time you explore an area, and not fast traveling gives you another chance to see things, right? But we'll see, we'll see. We'll try to... I'm gonna try to play it by ear and get as interesting as possible. Are you Archeesy? Good to see you. Yeah, nice, Shepard. I'm happy about that. What's up, Fight for Nothing? How are you doing today? Doing okay. Low energy day, but kind of chill way. What's up, Slythe? How are you doing? But yeah, so I was mentioning, you know, I'm sure some of you are familiar with it, but like the Chinese farmer parable, right? Of... I'm not sure exactly how the full story goes, because I'm not... I've only heard it a handful of times, but... It's that story of a Chinese farmer and his son working their farm with a single workhorse. And they're working the farm and they're barely surviving, but you know, they're doing it day by day. And one day the son is working outside with the horse, and he forgets to close, like at the end of the day he brings the horse back in, but he forgets to close the barn very well, and the horse escapes. And so he goes to his dad and he's like, oh, I screwed up, the horse escaped, I don't know what we're gonna do, we're screwed, like we can't work this farm without a horse. And the father goes, well, we'll see. And that's it for the day. And the next day the horse comes back with 6 other horses that he found in the wilds, you know. Just made some friends and came back with it. And so, you know, obviously the son's like, oh, dad, the horse came back, we now have like 7 horses, we can sell some of them, make some money, keep working the land with the, you know, 3 others, blah blah blah. This is amazing, what a boon. And the dad's like, well, we'll see. And so, you know, they continue working the farm, and everything's going well, but the son's not used to working with that many horses, right? And so one day he's taking care of the horses, he gets pushed to the side a little bit, one of the horses kicks him in the leg, bam, he breaks his leg, can't work anymore. And the dad's getting old, you know, so like, you know, the dad takes care of his son, brings him to the bed and starts caring for him, but the son's completely devastated, and he's like, oh man, what a, you know, this is terrible, you know, you can't work the farm by yourself, you know, you're old now, and we're gonna get screwed, like what are we gonna do? And the dad's like, oh, I don't know, we'll see. And then the next day, whatever general army passes through the land, and they're recruiting all the young men because they're going to war against, I don't remember in the parable if it's against the Mongols or whatever, but you know the kind of like story, right? And like they're recruiting all the young men to go to war, and it looks like a losing battle, like it's very probable that all of them are gonna die. And so they stop by the farm, and they're like, they see the farmer, and they're like, you have a son, like we're recruiting all the young men capable of fighting. And the farmer's like, well, I have a son, but he currently has a broken leg, like he can't fight. So the army moves on and goes to fight a battle to their death, right? None of them will survive. And that's sort of the conclusion of the story there, is that you never know really how things are going to turn out, you know, no matter how bad or how good they look. It's what eventually happens is still up in the air. And I guess the moral of all that is just, you gotta stay open and try to not judge a situation on what's happening right now, because you never know what can happen later. And I think we all have personal experiences with that. You know, simple examples of maybe you fail to get a job and then months later you find something even better, or your relationship collapses and you feel very sad, but then a year later you're with someone so much better and you're blessing, you know, like you feel so lucky that you got out of that previous relationship even though you were devastated at the time. You know, all those things, right? But it's hard to, like, it feels like we always see those things in hindsight, right? In hindsight, we're like, oh, this is so much better now. I'm so lucky that this happened to me, even though it looked bad at first. The hard part is being open when it happens. And I think that's what I'm working on these days, you know? Just not trying to judge positive or negative stuff when it happens, and trying to, you know, let's see where it goes. I guess it's a bit of a, there's obviously links to like stoicism there, but That's not necessarily the way I see it. It's just trying to keep your mind open for whatever comes next. What's up, Tixar? What's up, Biraz, Pinar? What's up, Credo? How are you doing today? Are you still watching Always Sunny? I stopped watching so many episodes because I'm watching New Girl at the same time, and I'm kind of more excited about watching New Girl, so I Always Sunny is a little bit on pause, but I'm gonna keep watching it for sure. I just need something a little more upbeat and cozy these days. Always Sunny is depressing somehow, even though it's super funny. What's up, Norlwin? You went to sleep, finished work, played a bit, and you're still at the same spot? I mean, you were there yesterday. I didn't stream all this time. We just started today. I mean, an hour ago, but... we did play more video game yesterday. But we just so happened to be around... oh my god, I hate this thing. The fact that it cuts the sound for a second there. We're still at the same grace that we were, but... I was curious, what was the most disturbing thing you had seen in the show yet? Oh man, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of really fucked up shit in this show. But some of it is kind of over the top, so, you know, it kind of doesn't... It's stupid enough that I can... I don't know. Everything that has to do with that weird family... what's the name of that weird family again that always keeps coming back? PP, something like... their name starts with a P, I think. The McPoyles! Oh, Jesus! Everything that has to do with them makes me extremely uncomfortable. Perfect casting on those actors, by the way. Yeah, we're talking about Always Sunny, yeah. What's up, Granada? How are you doing today? Give me the creeps? Yeah, they're terrible. But yeah, good show. Good show. Days off are the best. Nice, hell yeah. Enjoy the day off. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I slept pretty well last night, but... yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to play more Elden Ring now. We have this freaking death bird to kill. I feel like... I don't know. I have yet to have a boss fight that we start the stream on, and I haven't completed at the end. I don't think that's gonna happen now, but who knows. What were the rules for sagas again when we were playing Dark Souls 3? What was like the minimum we said? I think a saga is when... you have to already be on the boss when the stream starts and not have completed it by the end, right? Like you start a boss on a stream, even just a little bit, then you spend a full stream on them, and then the next stream you're still on them. I think that's the limit we used to call for a saga, right? The boss needs to touch 3 different streams. I think that's what it was. And then it's officially a saga. So we obviously haven't had one yet, and I don't know. I don't think this one's gonna be, but a Deathbird. Yeah, we have. There's an enemy called the Deathbird. That's there above the, you know, behind the wall there that you can see. What's up, Jode? How are you doing? Trilogy required? Yeah, I guess. Oh, you were trying to make an Always Sunny joke. Yeah, my bad. I'm not familiar enough with the show to get it. It's not you, it's me. I'm the problem. I mean, I've watched a few seasons, right? I've watched 3 seasons, I think. Maybe 4? Oh, I'm not sure, but... They always call DD a bird. What's up, Korean King? Proof I can't read. I was looking for your stream and didn't see it listed in followed until the raid or Twitch's ass. You just spoiled the raid just before it happened. I'm very mad at you, Korean King, and I think Brendan should... Thank you, Brendan, for the raid. I appreciate that. What's up, Zai? I hope Street Fighter 6 is treating you well. I was watching a little bit while I was having breakfast. I'll take a 10 minutes wrist slap. It won't be necessary. Spoiling raids is now a thing too. I mean, it's always been a thing. Most people don't care anymore in this day and age, but back in the day it used to be considered very bad etiquette to spoil a raid before it happened. And some old school streamers still go by that rule, right? If you mention that the raid's coming before it happens, it's bad behavior. Anyway, let me give you a shout out, Brendan. Gotta do everything around here. Let's see. Where's my there. Also, yeah, if you haven't been here yesterday or earlier, we do have a Discord now. Mostly used for live notifications, but if you're a subscriber, there's a chat, community chat. If you're tier 2 or tier 3, you have some exclusive benefits, including a spoiler chat to talk about stuff we can't talk in the Twitch stream because of the rules about the game that I'm playing. Or, yeah, it's okay, Sally, don't worry. I was just, being facetious. And even maybe some private streams eventually. Of me playing off-stream games that I wouldn't stream, We'll see. It's getting warm in here. I hate that. I'm not ready for the summer. And having to open my window and all that during the night. Oh, okay, it's getting colder next week, at the end of the week, actually. A little bit, and then it's going all the way back up. Fuck. Well. Yeah, I may do some sharing me playing Tekken on Discord at some point. We'll see. I haven't been playing a lot the past couple days. I'm learning a new character though. I started learning Fang. And I'm interested in learning Dragunov too. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like learning characters. One thing I need to do on Discord server, I need to think about that, is make a in the like informational rules thing, ask that people change their name on the server to their Twitch name so we can recognize them better. I mean, most people do have the same name. There's a few that I'm not sure who they are. You can change your own name, you know, on the server. Which only changes your name on that server, which I think is a great feature. When's the new Street Fighter season starting? You mentioned you would grind the ladder more then. I mentioned that? Oh, that must have been a while ago because I haven't played Street Fighter since December, and I don't plan on going back anytime soon now that I'm learning Tekken. So. But if you mean Tekken, the new season started a couple weeks ago, but it's been a bit rough. Like the patch is not the best state the game has been in. So, I mean, at my level, honestly, I barely see a difference. So like I did play a little bit of ranked, but I'm just learning new characters at this point. Is more fun to me, and I think it's, you know, long term, it's learning new characters is always great. Oh shit, the night's over. I need it to be night. Learning new characters is always gonna help anyway. You know, it's still progress as a player. The more you know about each character, the better you play overall, so. Yeah, these days I just like learning new characters, learning at least the basics of every character, and like their fundamental game plan and all that. Oh yeah, we'll see. Started learning Virtua Fighter. I really don't like Virtua Fighter very much. I don't know, we'll see when the new one comes out if I'm gonna try it or not. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot of fighting games that I would play over Tekken these days. I'm not gonna start learning anime fighters like Guilty Gear. Fuck that. I'm too old for this. They go too fast. No, I don't know. They need to make a new Soul Calibur game. That I would be excited about. Oh, they actually don't want to fight. Oh my lord. Alright, that's the thing we've been fighting for a while. I didn't have really good run. I had one decent run yesterday, I think, but it's pretty tough. Yeah, the grab one-shots me. Terrible. If I get grab, I'm dead. Some boomer fighting game like Street Fighter 3 or Tekken 3. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Those games were great back in the day. I feel like going back. Of course, there would be some nostalgia and everything, but at least Tekken 3, I don't think I'd be too excited playing it in this day and age. Once the nostalgia is gone, right? So, like, I'm sure for a couple days I'd be like, oh my god, this is amazing, you know, good old school Tekken 3, but yeah, so, you know, that's not a lot, that's true. I mean, fighting games, I think in general, have a very dedicated but not that large audience, right? That's what it feels like. As opposed to something like really more mainstream, like, you know, Monster Hunter, stuff like that. You know, those games that sell like 20 million copies or whatever. Fighting games, even though they're very popular, are still kind of a niche sort of thing. It feels like. Why are the fucking... Okay, bird. I'm gonna need you to kill the bats. Oh shit! I got stuck on the tree. Thank you. Thank you. Good work, Death Bird. Shit, I always forget about that. How long does it take to drink? I feel like every time I drink, it takes ages for me to be able to roll again. That evasive movement he does before each hit is so annoying. Oh, dodged it. Let's go. It's a Puka Bear. Okay, I can't heal. I need to dodge into healing. Just healing doesn't cut it. Oh shit, I don't know what I did there, but... Oh, let's go! Yeah, DS2 Estus is slow as hell, but you can improve it by raising whatever skill. Agility or something. Maybe in this game you can too. I need to check the stats again. Maybe one of them does that, like dexterity or something. Okay, this is a pretty good run right there. He's gonna do the... No, okay. I still went for it. Oh, let's go! Oh my god, I'm killing it. It feels like the stuns are really a major part of the boss fights in this one. A bit like the... It's very similar to the visceral attacks in Bloodborne, right? The visceral attack in Bloodborne were really instrumental in defeating some of the bosses. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing here. Sacrificial Axe. Okay. Dead Bird, yeah. From Death Bird to Dead Bird. What's up, Koilu? How are you doing today? Thank you for the A pluses and the GGs. Just, you know, just needed a good run. Needed to, I needed to focus less. We had a conversation in chat, and while I was, you know, talking, that's when I played the best, apparently. Every boss in this game, every saga in this game is gonna end with me having a random conversation about some weird topic. I can tell. Alright, let's see. The Sacrificial Axe. Hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A death bird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. Small amount of FP is restored upon slaying foes. And Wild Strike. Swing armament with Wild Abandon. Continue swinging. Can be followed up with normal strong attacks. Are you overthinking? I mean, I think there's definitely an element of that when you fight those bosses. of like you try to think too much about the moveset or whatever you're supposed to do, and you sort of slow down a little bit. Whereas if you just talk about a random topic and you just play reactively and just you're in the zone, right? You tend to maybe be a bit better. I don't know. Maybe it's just me specifically, right? But so it so far in this playthrough, it definitely feels like the least I've been focused on the bosses, the better I've done. Oh, I know it said a hat shed, so I should have assumed it was going to be small. But once again, I was expecting a much bigger weapon. It is really cool, though. It feels a little imbalanced. I don't know how you swing a thing like that with so much weight and so little handle. I like the moveset, though. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I do like the design of that weapon. The sound's really satisfying. I do like a good axe. Like, I like an... Look at this thing. Like, it really legit makes me want to play with this thing. I enjoy a good axe. Let me equip my spear. I really wish I could upgrade my spear right now. A boring sword enjoyer. There's nothing boring about swords. I don't think. What? I thought he was gonna jump off. Pumbaa, come back. Bye. Yeah, Kuma. I think... You know what? I think there is definitely something to that. There's a lot of... I find a lot of commonality between fighting games and boss fights in this game. In these games. Something about, you know, like whiff punishing, punish windows, waiting for your turn, you know, that kind of stuff. I do feel like there's a bit of commonality there. I don't think sort of gameplay-wise, like actual like mechanical gameplay-wise, I don't think it translates too much, but some of the concepts for sure. Some weapons look quite realistic, not all are cartoonish. Yeah, I think, but for instance, the gear that I'm using right now looks pretty reasonably realistic, right? I just noticed I'm not a big fan of the orange and green color scheme. I would love some like black and yellow equipment if I can find it. I do need to... I'm sorry, I know... But I do need to kill more beasts for crafting items. A lot of the resources that I need are from animals, so... Temporary boosts fire damage negation. Need that? But why not? Let's make a few. How do you feel about blue-purple? Eh. Not huge on blue and purple, typically. I mean, I think they're great colors. They're just not my colors, right? Okay. Yeah, that's the sort of the beauty of this game is how the exploration feels when you're going around those cliffs and all that. Like the way it's designed, there could be like a dungeon anywhere. Right? You could go here and there will be a little hole or door here or a cave, and then suddenly it's a huge dungeon. I do like that feeling very much. I think it makes the exploration feel exciting. So you're gonna see me, you're definitely gonna see me go along a lot of cliffs in this game. I do like making sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, exactly, Slythe. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping the flail with the same size as The one um the Knight Cavalry was wielding, right? Okay. What is that? Hold on. Now I was looking at my I was looking at the notes I took yesterday and the screenshot that I took, right? And I was looking at the left side there. There's this tower with a tree, but no, it doesn't quite look the same. I remember the tower and the tree, but I don't know, maybe on a different angle? We'll see. I'm not talking about the one in the middle right now, by the way. Hold on, let me I'm not talking about that big pillar. I'm talking about that one that's right in the center there, under the W. There. Kind of looks a little similar. Where's that on the island? Oh, it's there. Oh, it is a tower. You can see there. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. I wonder... There has to be a reason for this to exist. This little ledge there. Let's see. Is this one gonna give me flasks? I could use some flasks. Going after it. Corner it against the wall. Hell yeah. Nice. 3 flasks. Perfect. Excellent. Oh my god. This is so cool. It seems impractical. I'm just thinking about it now. Outside of the cool factor, it seems very... Well... It makes the defenses way easier. Right? Defending a castle like that on a cliff, pretty easy. Presumably. Although it doesn't seem to have helped them against their own fucking servants. Was that the story again? Let me read Irina's notes. Where did I put that? Escaped Castle Morne thanks to her dad after the servants rebelled. Yeah, the dad went back to fight. That's the note I've taken. So it didn't save them from that, but at least from invaders, you know, it seems like being on a cliff like that, you'd be pretty safe. But how do you build a castle on a cliff like that? And what... I mean... Those cliffs tend to have collapses over centuries of, you know. So what if a bit of the thing collapsed? Like the whole fucking castle is coming down with it. I don't know. It seems dangerous, but again, fantasy world and everything. But yeah, we're slowly making our way to the castle. I want to explore. Like we're basically exploring this little, you know, end of the peninsula there. But I've only explored this so far. I want to explore that side too first and then enter the castle, I'm assuming. Built-in mode for the castle, yeah. I'm also seeing like... Oh. I wonder what kind of exploration we'll have in this, because that place is gigantic. We'll see. I'm excited. It reminds me of that castle in... God, it looks so massive from here. Beautiful. In Game of Thrones, what's that castle that's on the coast? What's it called? King's Landing? Something? What a strange... Why does this exist if there's nothing there? Not even an item. I want to believe in secret walls, but I'm just not finding any. What? Oh, I thought that was a hole in the wall, but no. What's up, Brainy? How are you doing today? I really kind of love that it's raining all the time here. It's definitely a vibe. Oh shit. Just some rainy location in which Washington State. It's Scotland. This is just legitimately Scotland. Yeah, ask Mark. It's probably raining right now where Mark is. So massive. Love it. Not right now, but it was earlier. Yeah. Secret wall! Nope. God damn it. Secret wall! I'm gonna keep doing it until the day I find one. Although, to be fair, nothing here really looks like a secret wall, but you never know. Yeah, you have to scream secret wall when you hit. That's... You know, oh! That looks a little suspicious. Oh, okay. If you scream secret wall as you're hitting the wall, there's a bigger chance that it's one. I've decided. The lighting here is incredible with how dark it is, and this is so cool. Okay, that's the thing that was that's the golem that was attacking me with its bow when I first came down that ledge there. Oh my god, look at how beautiful this looks. So I guess we're gonna attack it directly so then we can explore the rest of the little area without getting, you know. He's so loud, I know. Look at the size of these things. What a cool design. I'm getting a bit of a never-ending story vibe from those things for some reason. Cool creature. I mean, I've killed one of them before, I think in a dungeon. Yeah, in some dungeon. I don't remember which one. Which dungeon was that? Was it this one? I think it may have been this one. You know what? I don't remember, yeah, but one of the dungeons we explored had like a similar giant as this one. I don't think he had a bow and everything, but it, you know. So I remember hitting the legs. I was saying it reminded me of the... Why is he hurt? Why is he already on like 30% HP? Interesting. I wonder if that's just an accident, like the you know, he took damage since I spawned the area by respawning at the side of grace, one way or another, or if there's a storytelling reason why that giant is so wounded. Also, if that thing's protecting the castle, oh well, I guess yeah. If the servants rebelled inside, there's no way the castle. You know, it wouldn't have protected the castle. Alright, time to fight, I guess. Oh! Well... Get absolutely wrecked, I guess. Yeah, I was expecting a little more from that, I will say. Interesting. Easy, yeah. Nice. Back to my thrusty spear. The streamer's so good, I know. What a professional gamer. Is an archer? That is true. That's true, but still. I was expecting it to be a bit more resilient. Man, this is so cool. Okay, we're not getting in there right now though. I wanna first explore the rest of this side of the map before we get in. But we're definitely getting in the castle today, so that's exciting. My first castle in this game. Not the last. Between like Stormvale, we've seen a bunch of castles in the east, I think, from like a ledge. Well, there's gonna be plenty of castles. But this is gonna be the first. How are you, Suck in a Jar? I wonder if I can... Oh, okay, hold on. This may be maybe a bit more of an exploration than I suspect. Going all the way around. That's true, Jode, yeah. Oh my god, look at this. More of those swords here, like we found some of those near here, I think, somewhere there. Curious. Oh, yeah, there's a whole thing there. Hold on. Are you going with fashion over stats with gear? I mean, typically a nice little compromise. I like finding a compromise, but when You know, ultimately it's going to be about fashion more than it is about stats, yes. Okay, I actually can't go there. Those things are weird. Oh my god, is that Artorias' grave? I don't know why, it kind of reminds me of Artorias' grave with the, you know, the door to enter and... Sif, yeah. I'm calling it now, we're gonna fight a wolf in there. I don't know. We'll see. This is this portion of the map, so I'm assuming maybe we can... If we go through the castle, then we can go there? I mean, there's water everywhere. I don't know if there's actually a passage, maybe? Yeah, I'm assuming there's a passage. God, this is so cool. The Marik. Freaking giant bowl up there. What's up, Captain Max? Uh-oh. What is that about? Are we enjoying the lands between today? Yeah, pretty good. We defeated the death bird we were stuck on yesterday. Making, you know, some exploration. We're soon, as soon as I'm done exploring this area there, we'll get in the castle here. See what that's all about. What was that? Oh, people getting hanged. That's great. Yeah, there's a thing up there, like a creature of some kind. Yeah, I don't know, Brainy, maybe to consolidate the cliffs so that they wouldn't, like, collapse, maybe? I don't know, I'm not a medieval castle architect, okay? Okay, what's that one about? The Siege of Castle Morne. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. Hold on. So, I had a mention of Lord Godfrey already, the first Elden Lord. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey during the Siege of Castle Morne. I wonder which side the hero is and which side Lord Godfrey is. I mean, I would assume, the way it's just like, I visualize it in my hand, the lone hero's defending the castle. But, who knows? What's up, Sky? What's up, Lapastuf? Mentioned in the Siege of Castle Morne. Killed a lone hero fighting for vengeance. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna do anything, but... Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, the lone hero, the way I visualize it, is defending the castle, not attacking it. It's not a siege if a lone hero is attacking a castle. But it could also be, like, the last survivor, but... Okay, I got souls. Runes. But, I don't know. Whatever's happening in there, it's giving me souls. I don't know. I got soul, but I'm not a soldier. Yeah, whatever this is killing things, I'm thinking. Yeah, see, there's a fight happening up there. What the fuck? There's blood and everything on the wall. I'm so curious to get in there and see what's going on. This is so weird. Love it. But yeah, anyway, if you weren't here earlier, I'm sorry for the, you know, yeah, we're gonna have to repeat that. I shouldn't apologize, actually. Fuck that. I'm not sorry. We have a Discord. If you want to get reliable notifications for when I'm going live, join the Discord. It's great. Also, if you're subscribed, you get a community chat. If you are higher, if you're tier 2 or tier 3, you get some exclusive channels, including a spoiler chat, which allows you to talk about spoilers about the game we're playing and say the stuff you can't say in Twitch chat because of the rules, you know. And yeah, other benefits such as private streams, maybe eventually, of me playing stuff that I don't play on stream. And, you know, as I'm chilling after hours. And other ways to, you know, connect with the community and myself, so. But mostly live notifications. Yeah. What is going on here? Are those things gonna attack me? Whoa, my god. Holy Jesus! Those things are so weird! This looked like something out of Bloodborne. Ah, shit. Ah, come on. RGB. It's not just what they look like, but their behavior is weird. What? Okay, that's the second time we find some random chairs positioned somewhere. And people, you know, dying on them. It is very weird. Arterial leaf. That's the dick leaf, right? With the, yeah, swollen veins. Thick swollen veins, yeah. Stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. I'm assuming they use that as drugs. Like, these people were, you know, getting drugged and looking at the ocean or something. Special armaments. Yep, yeah. Okay. That thing, that dude's praying. It seems like. So the previous one we found was like looking at the Erdtree, which I thought made sense, right? You sort of pray to whatever. But what is this one praying to? And there's nothing here. The ocean? I don't know. Which direction is that? This direction? Okay, so that's there. There's definitely something on the map, but that sort of whirlwind there, but I'm not expecting it to have any importance whatsoever. Maybe there is. Who knows? Maybe some sea deity or whatever. I don't know. Maybe this is a some old one type situation. Maybe Cthulhu is somewhere down there. The whole underwater city or something. Okay, so there's this sort of weird green stuff on the map. What is that about? Okay. I don't like the way it looks. Is this it? Is this our first poison swamp? What's up, Trim? Yeah, we killed the death bird earlier. Yep, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we get our first poison swamp of the game. Oh, that's great. I'm excited. What's up, Know You? How are you doing today? No From Software without a poison swamp. That's true. You gotta have a poison swamp. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing an item in the middle of it, or I don't know. That's a lot of enemies, though. Holy shit. Are those? Oh shit. I hate those fucking slimy thing on the ground. Can I jump on this? Okay, nice. Okay, there's an item there, at least. Is that the only reason for the existence of that swamp? That one item there? Hmm. Because, yeah, I'm not seeing anything else otherwise. What a strange little feature of this area. Yeah, I like items. Oh, shit. Nice. The golden rune. Come on. There you go. We made it. Congrats. I can't wait to explore that castle. That's gonna be so fun. Climb the big rock. Oh yeah. A swamp is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. I need to watch Forrest Gump again. I haven't seen it in several years at this point. Love that movie. Okay. Ah, shit. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, I can't craft. Oh my god, okay, no. It doesn't seem like... Ah! Where did you come from? Holy shit! Was that what was making that thing in the ground? Like, did it come out of the ground maybe and it was doing the... the bubbles in the waters. I'm really getting Dark Souls 3 flashbacks now with the crabs in the swamp. That's very Farron. God, what was the name of that area? Farron something. I don't think it was called the Farron Swamp, it was something else. That is not a lot of damage. I think they're susceptible to fire. I thought they weren't actually taking a lot of damage from fire, but the fire was the only thing doing damage. Urania? No, Farron something in Dark Souls 3. I think it's just Farron Swamp. Really? I feel like it had another name than Swamp. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I will say the fire is pretty good against whatever's in there. Ooh, there's... I'm trying to not get poisoned, because if I get poisoned, that's probably it. Actually, I should probably put one of these here, yeah, in case I get poisoned. Okay, the fact that I managed to dive attack and literally miss everything there is hilarious. The hitbox of that plunging attack is not great at all. Oh shit. Farron Keep, that's the one. Thank you, Marique. I knew it wasn't Swamp. Farron Keep. Yeah. Yeah, that place was a nightmare. Holy shit. It was so confusing to explore because it was a big like round area. So like exploring the sides was fine. You would just go around and you would see most of it, but then there were so many things like what am I trying to say? Like when you were in the middle, like it was so confusing because there were stuff everywhere. So. 1 second. I gotta take care of something real quick, and I'll be right back to the game. How's everyone doing today? On this beautiful Monday. I'm sorry it's Monday. Monday sucks, but I hope you guys are doing well nonetheless. Alright. Sorry about that. Been struggling with nausea today? That sucks. Yeah, so... Okay, I'm hearing something in the game. Is that the swamp making that sound? Like, there's something that sounds almost like a train. It's so weird. Yeah, I do want a few more of these. I do want to refill on this. A couple of that. Oh shit, no, 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 no! God damn it. Okay, well, hey. Good time to see how quickly that shit works. Okay, I was expecting worse with how little HP I have, but... It's not too bad. I mean, it's definitely enough to kill me if I don't have a bolus, but... It's not too fast, is what I'm thinking. Like, the poison doesn't kill you too fast. Which is great, because that's always an issue when you have so little HP, is how quickly is that shit gonna kill you? Because if you're in the middle of a fight and you get infected, you know, you have to know how long you have to sort of get away with it. Okay, there's only these two guys left, so I'm gonna kill them, but it doesn't look like there's anything else to grab in that area. Oh god, one of those things again? This is the tiniest poison swamp I've ever seen in a From Software game, and I'm already hating it. So whenever the inevitable giant poison swamp happens, because you know there's gonna be one. There's always one. I'm gonna be very upset. Ah, shit. Sekiro might have had a smaller one in a cave. I don't remember much about Sekiro. I played it on release, and I tried playing it on stream like in 2023, but I wasn't in the mood for it. So I kind of stopped very early in the game. And we shelved it for now. I'm sure I will return to Sekiro on stream at some point. I do want to play through the game again, because it's in that nice spot where I've forgotten almost everything about it, so... No, I did beat Sekiro when it came out, Rito. But we tried it again on stream at some point, and I wasn't in the mood for it, so I stopped playing it. But yeah, at this point, you know, it's been long enough, like, it's one of those situations, again, where I remember the main bosses because I've seen them in challenge runs and such. But that's pretty much it. Also, most challenge runs, in fact, every challenge run I've watched of Sekiro was the any % portion of the game. Which means, like, there's a whole fucking second half that I haven't seen since release. That would probably be pretty exciting for me to do at some point. Because, yeah, I mean, like, shit! I should have been careful. Fuck! Okay, well, I think we've, I think I've explored. I'm gonna, while I'm poisoned, I'm just gonna go around and make sure I didn't miss anything. But yeah, I think that's it. That was just a random little poison swamp with very little reward about it, so. But yeah, Sekiro, for me, Sekiro is in a weird spot for me. Also, what's up, Seraphim? What's up, Zimstang? Hope you guys are doing well. Sekiro is in a weird spot for me where... My favorite part about the From Software games is exploration and lore. And I think, especially exploration-wise, I think Sekiro is a little inferior to most of the other ones. It doesn't have that same feeling of exploration. It does have it to a certain extent, but a little less than like the Souls games or Elden Ring or Bloodborne. The lore is pretty good, I think, but again, it's also a little less expensive and cryptic and all that. It's a little more straightforward and linear, and so. But on the other hand, Sekiro probably has the best combat out of all of them, right? It's a way more interesting gameplay experience in itself. So, for me personally, Sekiro's not very high on the list, I would say, because I'm typically more interested in the lore and exploration than I am with the combat. But it is still a fantastic game. I think Bloodborne's the sweet spot for me, frankly, because I think the combat's awesome with the trick weapons and all that, and obviously the lore and everything is exceptional. I really need to play Bloodborne again. Bloodborne's another one that I haven't really played since release, and I mean, it's been a long time at this point. So it's been a really long time at this point, so I need to get through Bloodborne again one of these days. We need to do like a proper, you know, Bloodborne plus DLC deep dive, lore and everything, return to Yharnam type situation, like we did with the Souls games in 2022. I think we need to do that. Eventually, maybe. Oh. There's a thing there. I remember being weirded out because the player character actually spoke in Sekiro, yeah. What the fuck is that? Oh fuck, it's a bear. It seems smaller than the one we fought. You know, that sort of weird bear that popped out of nowhere, but... Let's be careful still. Yeah, it's definitely smaller. Oh shit. I'm gonna sneeze, not now! Sorry about that. Is it gonna attack me or is it peaceful? Ah! That was so funny. I thought we were okay. Oh, that was so funny. Lump of flesh, hefty beast bone, and beast blood. Oh, that's very blood. Speaking about Bloodborne, beast blood. Oh, that was so funny. I thought we were cool. He was just chilling, you know? And then suddenly he got mad. That actually scared me. That actually really scared me. Because, you know, at first I'm on, you know, of course I'm, you know, I'm expecting it to be a fight, so I'm like being prudent. And as soon as I relaxed, and I was like, oh, he's just friendly. That's when he growled. That was so funny. Thick, solid beast bones. Material used for crafting items, found in hunting particularly large beasts. Commonly used to make disposable weapons. And beast blood. Fresh beast blood glinting with gold. That's unique. Glinting with gold. I wonder if that's like a result of the exposure to the Erdtree all the time. It sort of like almost, you know, contaminates you with some kind of radiation or whatever. Found by hunting carnivorous beasts, this glimmering blood never rots or decays. The blood never rots or decays. That's kind of interesting. You probably scared him as much as he scared you, maybe? Maybe, yeah. I don't know, I'm definitely the only one who, you know, jumped and screamed while he was attacking me, so... But yeah, maybe that's what happened, right? He got scared. He was just chilling. And I was being very in his face and all that. Okay, what is this though? What does that give me? I don't remember what all those things give you. Oh! Poison mist. Is that a spell? It is an incantation. Releases poison mist before the caster. Incantation of the Servants of Rot. Releases a poisonous mist before the caster. This incantation can be cast while in motion. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well. The death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well. The death that begets life, that comes to all equally, that is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. So I guess it's that idea, you know, of obviously the cycle of life with plants, vegetation, creatures, everything rotting after death, and fertilizing the ground for whatever comes next, right? That's the idea of the cycle of life, right? So I'm thinking that's what is mentioned here. I'm not sure what the link between poison and rot is, though. Like, I mean, I guess poison kills, and then it, you know, leads to the rotting and all that. Which is interesting because there's a mention of never this blood here never rotting or decaying. So it's interesting that we found those two things so close to one another. What makes that blood special? And why does a bear have special blood like that? Is it a thing? Is it sort of the blessing of the Erdtree again, like with its rays irradiating you with gold and that protects you from decay or something? Is that why we keep coming back to life and everything? I don't know. My scream gave it its power. Yeah. And gold tinge excrement. Someone's excrement. Where did I find that? I don't remember picking it up. Also, why is it someone's? Why is it not a bear? Or a deer or whatever? What is it? Why does it have to be specifically someone's excrement? It has a golden tinge. Often hidden in woods and thickets. Gold tinge excrement is a highly stable substance. It doesn't dry out, nor does it lose its customary warmth or scent. That's terrible. For better or for worse, it remains as it is. I like that they say for better or for worse. Because yeah, that doesn't sound great when it comes to excrement. And again, the idea of that gold tinge, right? It's not infected, but irradiated with gold. Which I'm assuming is linked to the Erdtree, because there's no other reason why it would. So like blood gets, you know, irradiated with gold. Excrement gets irradiated with gold, and it prevents everything from decaying. It maintains things in its current state. Is it why the lands between are the way they are? Like sort of, you know, frozen into this weird state of permanence? In between life or death, which is kind of the themes that I'm getting right now from it. Is the tree sort of stabilizing everything with its golden rays? Is that why nothing can die forever and all of that? I don't know, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there. We're gonna have to be, we're gonna have to keep up with everything that mentions, you know, that gold tinge and that idea of decay and all that. I feel like this is going to be a pretty important theme. We know with From Software, it's always about... There's always something about the cycle of life and death and the permanence and the decaying world and, you know, stagnation. Like, it's always like a recurring theme with From Software, so I'm assuming it's going to be very present here as well. I'm sorry that I'm killing those creatures, but I really need to craft some of these things. The holy water pots inflict holy damage. Maybe I should craft some of them. Craftable, enchanted by incantations of the Golden Order. Oh shit, wait, hold on. There's lore here that I've never read. Highly effective against those who live in death. Even preventing them from rising again. Undeads, right? Typically, holy damage is good against zombies and undead skeletons and all that. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. Which is interesting based on what we just said, right? That the gold tinge apparently prevents decay and death. Were people from the Golden Order deemed immortal at some point because they were bathing into the rays of the Erdtree or something? So like death for them is something like if it happens, if you actually die, you're dead. I don't know. Oh, right, I need crafted pots for that. Yeah, sure, I'll craft some of them. Why not? Okay, I think we're almost done. Yeah, we only have to explore this little part here, which doesn't seem to be, you know... That's a lot of bats! Holy shit. castle. Why are they just flying away from me? The enemy behavior in this game is so weird sometimes. It's like they disengage the fights and just... Which I don't think is bad. I think it's actually kind of cool. Like the fact that they... You know... They're like the player. They're like, you know what? I'm not gonna fight this now. I'm gonna go away, get some runes, level up, and come back. Look at them running away. That's so funny. Oh shit. What the fuck? Why does it have... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hate doing that, but... Slumbering egg. Oh no! Oh shit. I thought I was dead there when it grabbed me. I hate killing an owl because I think owls are extremely cute, but those eyes and everything, I had to know. I had to know. Almost went too far there. Justice for gold owl. Listen. We're gonna have to kill animals in this game. Stop running away from me, sir. God, they're so annoying. Nice. I got a flask. Out of that. That is great. Okay, we're almost done. Just the cliff now, and we're good. And we've explored everything outside of the castle. Then we can go in the castle. Oh my god. I'm so excited. Okay, let's see. The slumbering egg. Owl eggs that will never hatch. A slumbering egg. Never hatches. Again, that idea of like time is sort of frozen, right? And things don't progress the way you expect them to. Prized as a symbol of the most sublime slumber. Used for crafting items. Okay. Ah, shit. This time I was expecting it, so I didn't get scared. That's a big boy right there. I love that he just stood up. Just postured up, but didn't do anything. No attack, no, you know. He was just like, look what I can do. I can stand up on my 2 feet. Well, so can I, bear. It's not that impressive. Okay, nothing there. Secret wall. No? Okay. He just wanted to show you his cool trick. And he did. And I appreciated the trick. I gave him my full attention. What does make this game have a different feel than the other FromSoft game is how many animals are just hanging out, minding their own business. Yeah, it definitely... I mean, I think that's part of the like the open world approach of it, right? It makes the world feel a little more populated, and but at the same time, it still feels very much like a desolated world that you would typically expect from them. Is that a demi-human? Oh yeah, we've seen. I remember now when we first arrived here, right? We fought some demi-humans there on the way. No, actually, are they demi-humans? I'm not sure if those are demi-humans. They're different than the demi-humans we fought in the cave. Those were demi-humans for sure. Those may be a different race, I think, of something. Oh. Oh my god, that's a big axe. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. That thing is stronger than I thought. I should have taken the critical attack from behind. What a weird moveset. Oh, fuck off. Okay, Jesus. How does this game manage to have attacks that feel slow, but yet too fast at the same time? I can't believe I died after all of this. It's fine, it's right next to the fucking grace, but... We were on such a good roll, like the entirety of the place without dying. Yeah, that thing got us. Hopefully the giant golem didn't respawn. No, he didn't. What's up, Thurlow? Yeah, we did. We got the death bird early in the stream. But yeah, so like what I was saying is, those attacks manage to feel very slow, often leading to you dodging too early. But then when you're trying to heal, for instance, they're fast enough that they always catch you before you can roll again, because you're stuck in the drinking animation. They managed to find like the soft spot just in between all of that. Wait, where am I? Am I? Oh, it's up there. Oh, okay. It's not that close. I thought it was closer, but I mean, I guess I could use Torrent. Good boy Torrent would be faster. There we go. Okay, can I do a critical attack this time? I have a lot of souls. Runes. I'm very glad I didn't lose them all. There we go. That's a better way to start the fight. Oh god. See? Easy. Oh, all that for a smithing stone. Would be great if I actually had a fucking blacksmith bench. An interest in Armored Core 6. I played the first chapter of that when it came out. And then I was busy doing other things, and so I didn't play further than the first chapter. I really liked it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Armored Core. I played the older ones and all that. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's a game I would stream, but I'm definitely interested. How are you, Fufox? Just linking the Discord real quick. You guys, you know, want to join the Discord to get the live notifications and all that, make sure to do so. Hard day, gonna chill in lurk mode. Fair enough. hope the day gets better. And tomorrow even more. Alright, we're going straight for the castle now. It is time. First castle exploration of the playthrough, I think. Yeah, I mean, we've had some, you know, small, like, tower-like structures and such, but nothing like this. Castle time, hell yeah. I'm excited. I want to see what happened with those servants and the Irina's father. We have a letter to deliver. All this time, this has just been a giant Death Stranding quest, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I think From Software could do something really cool with a more living world. I mean, I don't think From Software is just limited to what they're doing in terms of vibe when it comes to, like, Dark Souls, right? They could do better than that. I mean, they could do different than that. Now, I will say, I'm not excited about their next two games, that's for sure. Multiplayer stuff does not appeal to me whatsoever. I'm sure, like, Night Rain looks fun, but I don't think I'm gonna play it. And Duskbloods, we don't know enough about it yet, but on paper, it doesn't seem like something I'd be interested in. And I probably won't have a Switch 2 anyway, so... There's a Grace there. Hell yeah. Okay, so there's dead knights here. Wearing the same colors, yeah. That one horror game they did, sadly it's locked to VR. What's the name of that? I'm not sure I'm familiar with it. Lost Grace discovered. Oh, that dude's dead. Oh, that's an elevator. Okay. Oh, Déraciné, that was the horror VR one? I didn't know. It looked cool, yeah, aesthetically. Wait, there's a sound here. Did you guys hear that? There's like a glimmering sound. But there's no room where it could be. Oh! That means there's an invisible wall. I'm convinced. Oh, come on. I am so miffed right now. Yeah, secret wall. Nope. But that sound has to come from somewhere. Maybe you need to take the elevator and then... I don't know. Anyway, hold on. First things first. Level up. Cool. I mean, definitely sounds like it's in there somewhere, so... Okay, I'm gonna do that. Always gotta do that. You gotta check if, you know... Almost walked off. Okay, that's death. I started with the deprived or whatever it's called in this one. Wretch, yeah. I started Wretch. Yeah. I always start with those classes. I like the blank slate sort of thing. What's up, Chipmunk? Alright, let's go up. I love the sounds of that elevator. I don't know, it sounds really... like the wood sounds and all the mechanism. Really cool. Okay, let's... gotta go back down, gotta check. I always want to check like the walls, you know, to see if there's a hole somewhere. I'd always expect those elevators to have a secret little passage. Not this one. God, we're so high. Okay, so I don't see where that sound may have come from. It's so weird. I don't know what's up with that. I'm getting runes from all over the place right now. What's up, Cheesy? How are you doing today? Oh. Well, that's not what I expected to find. Oh my god. Are those the servants? Were they like enslaving these weird people, or was I lied to? That doesn't look like a servant rebellion. That looks like they got attacked by this people there, whatever that race is. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Cheesy. So either there's something I don't understand, or there's more at play. Maybe these creatures attacked after, using the fact that the guards were busy with the servants and the castle was vulnerable, maybe. But they definitely seem to be celebrating the fact that they took over the castle, right? That's kind of the vibe here. And that's a pile of bodies, I guess. That's a lot of bodies. What's up, Hamuder? Yeah, I mean, initially Irina told us that the servants rebelled, right? And that's what's happening at the castle. But that's not what I'm seeing here. Like, this doesn't feel like a servants' rebellion. Again, unless those were the servants. But they don't look like servants. They look like, you know, sort of a savage race of beastmen or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know. There maybe there's something that's a little more layered than I thought here. Maybe we'll learn more when we find Irina's dad. I mean, the people hanging are most likely the guards, you know, like the people from, like the guards that were protecting the noble that was living in that castle, right? Those are Irina's dad's men. Like, Irina's dad, I think, was a general of some kind. not a general, a commander. Which may mean, I'm not sure what commander means in that context. If it's like, it means he's the actual like owner of the castle, or if he's just like the commander of the guards or the army or whatever. I'm not sure exactly about the you know, the hierarchy here. Maybe the castle belongs to... I mean, they're wearing the same... they're wearing the same equipment as the Stormvale Castle people, right? Like Godric's soldiers or whatever. So maybe this is just attached to Godric's greater domain. And so Irina's father is just the commander of that one castle. That is an extension of Godric's domain, is what I'm thinking. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could very well see Irina's father lying to her. I think that's not a completely impossible scenario. He, you know, didn't want to tell her exactly what happened, or I don't know. What's up, Happy Cat? I can summon the... What is that summon again? The Demi-Human Ashes. Yeah, let's summon the Demi-Human... I've never summoned the Demi-Human Ashes, so let's do it once to see what they play like. I like seeing all the summons at least once to see what they're, you know, what they're like. What a good little crew, look at that. Oh, get out of the way. Yeah, so clearly those are not demi-humans. Like, I can see now that I see them again, like, the difference. Those are demi-humans, and those are, I don't know, beastmen or whatever. Do I even have... Hold on. Ooh, the music is great. Demi-human mobs, okay. Land squirts, okay. I thought maybe I had something about beastmen, but no. What? Sir? Are you okay? Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. Yeah, this seems like an ill-advised... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my lord! Holy Jesus Christ! It's a war! I was maybe a little careless there. Protect me, my men! My demi-human. Absolute mayhem, I know. Yeah, that was... Oh my god, there's more of them. Hey, I'm surviving so far. We got this. I tried to heal. That was a mistake. Oh my god. That was the most chaotic fight I've ever seen. There were definitely more enemies than I thought. Suddenly I was overwhelmed by everything. And yeah, I mean, they've done pretty well, right? They were definitely helping in the fight there. What's up, Soup Head? How are you doing? I'm tempted to summon them again because it was really fun. But yeah, let's see. Oh, that dude that was here is not here anymore. Yeah, there's clearly a fight happening up there. Smithing stone. God, I wish I had a blacksmith bench somewhere near here. I could level up my spear. Where's the dude that was here though? Like, where did he come from? Where did he go? Those were the lyrics to Cut Night Joe, I know. I'm a big fan of the, however you call this move, the blood parry or whatever, riposte or something. That shit's amazing. Yeah, we have an anvil at the Church of LA, right? But I'm trying not to use fast travel unless, you know, unless I really have to for like immersion reasons, right? I like feeling like I'm on an adventure, and if I can just fast travel out of everything, it doesn't feel that way. I'm trying to not fast travel while I'm exploring new areas. Once we've cleared the whole thing, I don't mind fast traveling over the place, you know? Even though, again, like, I think there's strong arguments to not fast travel in a game like this. Because of the day-night cycle, you may see stuff you haven't seen the first time around. The way the quests are designed, you know, it can help you find some things you missed or you need to see or whatever. A separate channel in Discord could be great to post some clips. Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. I think a clips channel makes a lot of sense, actually. For you know, in the tier 1 category, of course, so that the most people can have access to it. I think that makes sense. I think the way I need to set it up is that when it comes to like non-subs, I think non-subs should still be able to see the channel, right? But I like limiting participation. It makes everything more manageable. And again, serves as a little reward for subs, so that's cool. Okay, this place is pretty damn big though. Like, there's a lot of areas. But yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to upgrade the Discord very much during the week, but definitely during the weekend, that's when I'm gonna put the time in to create like the new channels and, you know, focus more on the things. Oh shit! I thought I got away with it without them noticing me. No! Yeah, I know. It just takes a lot of time to just set all the permissions correctly and all that. So yeah, it's definitely gonna take a few days. And there's no, you know, there's no emergency there. First and foremost, the server is meant for notifications, and that's mostly it. But if I can add some value for some of you guys, I'm not against it. Shit, I should have killed that one first. Okay, actually, low-key... What the fuck? Oh, that's a bit Pumpkinhead thing. Like the one we fought in that dungeon. Oh my god. Yeah, if I can... I was gonna say, if I can get that one away from the friends there and fight him alone, that'd be great. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just me, but they remind me of the Titans in Attack on Titan. I don't know. It's... I think it's the teeth. You know, like they have way... They look like they have too many teeth for their mouths. Okay. Creepy smile and all that, exactly. Prehistoric, yeah. It's such a strange thing because I'm pretty sure... I mean, I don't know. I haven't calculated, but... I'm pretty sure the Titans in Attack on Titan don't actually have too many teeth. I think they have the correct number. But it's just the way it's... They just appear. You can see them all because they have wide smiles. Is what makes it look weird. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I didn't like Attack on Titan very much, so I'm definitely not an expert on that anime. I'm sure there's fans out there, you know, counting the number of teeth and everything. Oh, that thing's not dead. Shit. Okay. Hey, that went a lot better. See, a little bit... Sometimes all you need is a little bit of patience. I didn't even need my whole army of demi-humans. Just a little bit of patience. And you get there. What's up, Colette? How are you doing today? Ah, shit. Did they cut his legs? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of creepy. Did I explore all of this? I don't remember. Slightly more sleep than yesterday, so that's a win. Hell yeah. How is Disco going? I saw you were playing yesterday, but I'm trying not to watch anyone play the game until I do my second playthrough, because I don't want to see stuff that I haven't seen before. Right? Okay, so I think we're kind of like, this place is clear. We have to move forward through this enemy there. Oh, never mind. Hold on. That's a giant ass pile of bodies, by the way. Jesus. The game is mentally exhausting, but I'm enjoying it, even though I overthink everything. Interesting. What do you find mentally exhausting about it? Is it the sheer amount of text, or... Okay, so we have a passage here, and we have here. Oh, let's check this first. Ooh. There is a chest. Nice. Love a good chest. Oh! I love claymores. I love claymores. A large sword with a long straight blade. This heavy sword is usually wielded with two hands, but for those with enough strength, one is sufficient. In addition to the heavy sweeping attack, it can also make a heavy piercing thrust, making it a versatile weapon. And the skill is the Lion's Claw, skill of the Redmanes, who fought alongside General Radahn. Somersault forward, striking foes with armament. Sounds good. Okay, the Redmane who fought alongside General Radahn. Do I have notes about that? I don't think so. I'm gonna take a note there. General Radahn. Leader, I guess, of the Redmane. It says fought alongside, but the way I understand it is that he was leading them. He's a general, right? General Radahn. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna put General Radahn here next to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and I'm gonna have to organize my notes one of these days. Locations, people, whatever. It's gonna have to be more organized than this. And buy notes. Why is Capel being a little framey on your end, or is it just on my monitor? It feels framey, like it's not smooth the way it comes down. It looks smooth? Okay, so it's just on my end. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Okay, what does that... Oh... Yeah, that's what I like. A nice big claymore. Oh, satisfying. And you get a thrust attack, which I think is amazing. That's such a nice addition to a weapon like that. And it does have a swing if you run. Yeah, that's fucking rad. Keep notes from finished playthrough. Typically I do. I fucking lost the Hollow Knight notes, and I mentioned that yesterday, but I'm so mad about losing the Hollow Knight notes, because that file looked awesome with the sort of map we created with the notes and everything. I think I hope somewhere in the VODs, I hope there's a VOD that I hope there's a VOD that has like me going over the Hollow Knight notes when it was at its most complete, right? So that I can like sort of reconstitute the file in the way it looked. That would be nice. Like Resident Evil 4 merchant, we're starting to get an idea of your taste. That's a bullvine. Yeah, I think the idea here between Know You and I guess Bullvine should probably also be deleted if we're going that way. Is that if you're, you know, by asking like, have you tried this, or what's the special attack, you're kind of backseating me into doing it, right? Which we tend to avoid allowing people to do because, you know, granted it's just an innocent question, but it can also very easily be used by smart people to backseat me into doing something specific, right? That's why typically we, you know, typically we try to not allow that, but for the Elden Ring playthrough, we're slightly more loose with the rules, by the way, Mark, just so you know. I don't think you were informed. I mostly talked about that with 10 bucks and Warren because it was before we had the mod channel on Discord, right? But yeah, for Elden Ring, we're slightly looser with the rules. You know, I don't... As long as it's not like direct, you know, very direct backseating, spoiling actual like narrative stuff and names and stuff like that, we're pretty much all right. Yeah, I mean it's you know, it's all right. No, you know how it is around here. You've been there a few days. There's no hard feelings when someone gets deleted. And here I'm just talking about it so that the mods sort of, you know, Mark kind of knows how we're doing for Elden Ring. Yeah. No, yeah, there's no apology necessary. Listen, it's one of those things. I understand it's my channel that typically has much stronger rules than almost any other channel on Twitch, right? So there's no apology necessary. It's really just a thing we do to protect my experience. It's not about punishment or anything, right? There's no mistake. It's a totally fair question. But yeah, for Elden Ring, we'll be slightly more lenient, at least until we reach the DLC, where probably we're gonna tighten up a little bit more. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel about the whole lenient rules, I guess. But yeah, let's see that special attack, because I'm actually interested. How very Artorias of you, sir. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those things, Shepard, like... I feel like you have to come at it from a place of just... Everyone needs to be understanding of one another, right? Because ultimately it's about making the most interesting experience possible. It's not about punitive measures or anything. Oh my god, I love the texture of those weapons. Those shields look awesome. But at the same time, you know, plenty of people get very upset when their messages get deleted, and we've seen it happen time and time again of people, you know, they get deleted and they instantly leave because they can't, I guess they don't really get it, right? Which is okay, you know, not everyone has to accept the way we do things. That was a summary execution. I'm out of stamina. Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! I cannot... Dude, that was so stressful. Stamina management, if you're playing with a shield, is definitely... It's not a piece of cake. You can very easily get overwhelmed and have your stamina get, you know, completely chunked. Ugh. I've never seen so many positive response. I'm sure it's because of the way you and the mods communicated. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I think we could do better in general. Especially like deletion of new people. I feel like sometimes we could use a little slightly more gentle way of communicating it, but anyway, again, like for Elden Ring, we're gonna try slightly more open rules, slightly more lenient when it comes to inoffensive stuff, I guess. Because I feel like for, especially like in Souls games, it I don't know, there's something about the structure of the game that makes questions like that less important. It's not a puzzle game. It's not a game where you need to find that specific thing on a specific item to solve a specific problem, right? And, you know, maybe there's exceptions to that. And in that case, I'll leave it to the mods to make the right decision, right? But like for instance, a special attack on a weapon, in this very case, it's definitely not a big deal, right? It's not like it's gonna completely change my playstyle. I'm not even gonna use the weapon probably, but everyone who's been deleted helps softens the blow. It's just a thing that happens. Yeah, I think that's true. Oh shit, this is all... They're still fighting. So I'm assuming... Like there was... Man. There was that giant pumpkin head downstairs that was protecting another path, I think. So I'm assuming this is sort of... Yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying the layout of this place so far. It makes me feel... This makes me feel like old school Demon Souls and Dark Souls, you know? Big castle with like a lot of... sort of a complex layout, multi-layered layout, and you can go a bit everywhere and explore, as opposed to the open world we've had so far, or the dungeons, which have been pretty linear. Like so far we've had like the big open world, and we've had like the small dungeons, which felt linear, right? This feels like the first area that feels like a Souls game to me right now. Yeah, no, I absolutely know you, and like I'm talking about that right now. It's not, you know, it's not to insist on your specific case, right? I'm just talking about the sort of philosophy in general, because I think it's an interesting topic for everyone. But yeah, you're right. No, I mean, absolutely. I think the Anvil question earlier was fine too, you know? Especially since we had found one already, right? If we hadn't, it could have been a spoiler, but in this case we found one, so it's not. But yeah, I mean, again, like for Elden Ring will be a little more chill than usual. I'm trusting the mods to sort of find a line. We'll see. But yeah, typically I like the no line because it makes it easier for the mods. I hate asking the mods to work harder, if that makes sense, right? So that's why I like the no line. It's easier for them to just delete everything. And they have less, you know, thinking to do, and... But... We'll see. We'll figure it out as we go. Seems reasonable. Yeah, I think so too. It's also easier for chatters, right? You don't have to wonder where's the line. You know there's no line, and that's it. It's just easier for everyone. But, again, for Elden Ring, we'll take it a little looser, because I like people being able to... in the case of this game, maybe interact a bit more. Yeah, no, so far so good. So, you know, absolutely. A lot of new community members recently, and a lot of new viewers, and we haven't seen anything malicious so far, which is great. Oh yeah, very happy with that. Wait, is that... Yeah, that's where the pumpkin thing is. Where is it? I can't see it from there. Hold on, I'll get to the subs in a second. Sorry, I know I've been... missing the alerts. Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, that's the pumpkin guy. So the pumpkin guy leads to that side of the castle, which I don't think I have access to. Right. Goes behind. Can I mean, I guess I can jump here. Anyway, let me catch up with the subscriptions. Chipmunk, thank you so much for the tier 2 7 months. I appreciate that very much. One happy chipmunk, you will be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience and the exclusive channels on Discord, as you are a tier 2. That's awesome. Thank you very much. And Quasi, thank you for the tier 1 33 months. That's a big resub. Thank you so much, Quasi Fuji. You will be remembered as well. How are you, JC, today? Speaking of Discord, let me drop the link just in case someone hasn't seen it yet. Mostly used for live notifications, but there are a few, you know, community things happening and rewards for higher tiers. So, I mean, it's still a work in progress, but we're getting there. Okay, that's a online item. I don't care. Yeah, so what I was saying is this is the first area that kind of really makes me feel like old school Dark Souls, like even Demon Souls. I don't know, like if you remember the castle at the beginning of Demon Souls, that's kind of what this area makes me feel like. Sort of a slightly more complex layout, different levels, you can explore a bit everywhere, multiple paths. Boletaria, yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from this, and I'm really digging it. And so, yeah, this is really the first area that gives me that sensation so far. Because we've had the big open world, of course, and the small dungeons, which so far have been pretty linear. So yeah, this is the first... the first area that makes me feel like I'm playing a From Software game. Love it. Steel wire torch? What is that about? Torch wound with metal wire. The flame can illuminate dark locales? I don't know. Or be used to attack enemies. Heavier than a normal torch, but the heated filament boosts fire damage dealt. Fire breather. Blow into the torch flame, spreading flames in a wide frontward arc. The flames on the ground will continue to burn for a short time. What's up, Quasi? How are you doing today? Big dungeons this game, some of the best levels from ever had. A lot of open world, smaller dungeons in between. Yeah, I think that seems fair. That seems fair. And I mean, I think the open world... I feel two ways about the open world. It does feel like a lot of empty space sometimes. But I also enjoy the feeling of exploration because of the way the open world is designed. It's very vertical. It's very... It's not like a big flat area, right? There's a lot of small spaces. It's very, like, there's a lot of cliffs, and I like the way it's laid out. It feels very organic and real. But it does, there is a sense of emptiness sometimes, which, when you're exploring for the first time, is fine, but I think if I have to backtrack sometimes and go back to certain areas, it's gonna probably start weighing on me a little bit. But we have fast travel and torrent for that, so shouldn't be too big of a problem. And yeah, I mean, the dungeons, like even some of the small dungeons were really cool. That one up there was really interesting. I really liked the design of that one. The other ones, you know, felt a bit more simplistic, but they were extremely early too. So this one was a bit more complex. It was a bit further. Maybe, you know, maybe the complexity of the dungeon is going to increase. This one was really cool too, with the, you know, the spike thing, and you had to like lift it and then go under. It's immediately like a little more complex than just a simple linear dungeon. So I like that too. I'm hoping for more of that. But yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, you know, it's hard for me to imagine this game beating the level design of something like the first Dark Souls. There was something about the way the world was constructed that felt really unique and still to this day, mind-blowing in the way they've just weaved the whole world together, right? It still blows my mind to this day, right? Which is not something we're gonna find here because it's a more... It's like a much wider, flatter area, so to speak, right? As opposed to that almost like tower-like structure of Dark Souls, the first one. But I did also enjoy Bloodborne, which was less of that design, but you know, Bloodborne I thought were very well-designed separate areas. At least that's what I remember them being like. A bit, maybe I'm actually remembering Dark Souls 3 more than I'm remembering Bloodborne, but I feel like Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne had very similar level design. Philosophy, at least. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Bloodborne again and see how I feel about the level design. But yeah, Dark Souls 3 was really neat too. I like that a lot. Again, it didn't have that sort of weaved together tower-like structure of Dark Souls 1, but each level in itself was really well designed, and there were plenty of nice little shortcuts and stuff. So. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely excited by what I'm exploring now. I will tell you. This feels cool. This feels cool. Decision to auto-give player fast travel is what killed level design innovation. The S1 is so amazing specifically because you can't fast travel, so it must be well woven. Yeah, I'm... What's up, Make here, by the way? You know, it's kind of one of those things where I'm not sure if... It's a egg and chicken situation, right? I don't know at what point you decide to give players fast travel, or if what is the philosophy that inspires the other. Because like building a world like Dark Souls 1 had to be very difficult. And it had to have limitations, I'm thinking. Because of the way the world is laid out, it had to have some limitations in terms of design, which maybe some of it, you know, when they built something like Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3, they were like, yeah, we want to do something a little different, so we need a different structure of the world, right? And so, because the world is structured differently, we have to give players fast travel. Maybe not the other way around, right? I don't think it's like, oh, let's give players fast travel and so we don't have to, you know, now we don't have to design it this way anymore. But I get your point, of course. I'm just wondering how exactly the, you know, the design decisions were made, in what order to lead to those changes. It may have been as simple as, you know what, creating a world like Dark Souls is way too hard. We want to sort of save some resources on creating the next game, so let's make it simpler. It could have been as simple as that. You never know, right? But unless you were working there at the time, it's hard to know exactly what happened. So this torch is heavier. Does it? Okay, give me more light. Or not. I mean, it's not the best time to check that, but... It seems identical, right? Yeah. So, since I'm not gonna attack with the torch anyway, I don't think I'm gonna use that torch. I mean, it looks cool, but... I can... I don't want to overburden myself. Alright, let's see. So... I think we're good on this front, so up there is the next path. Let's go. Maybe a marine, yeah, I don't know. I think... I mean, Elden Ring going open world, for instance, to me makes a lot of sense. Open world games are so massively popular. It only makes sense that at some point you would get an open world Dark Souls. In fact, when the Souls games came out over the years in the 2010s, I remember people asking for an open world Dark Souls, right? There was definitely a discourse of people being like, imagine how great it would be if we could get like an open world Souls game. So it makes sense they would go that way. And I'm not surprised it ended up being their most popular game ever, right? I don't think part of it, you know, obviously the George Martin, you know, the George Martin stuff obviously probably played a role in how popular the marketing was before the game released, right? When it was published, when it was announced. But I don't think it mattered that much in terms of sales. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I don't think the George Martin stuff helped the sales that much. Right? It feels like what sold the game to most people was simply like big open world RPG. Because those tend to be super popular in general. Although, I don't know, like, I mean, it was definitely, I'm trying to remember the marketing for Elden Ring, but they definitely pushed the narrative of George Martin working on it, right? It was like big open world RPG with the writer of Game of Thrones, right? That was kind of the big thing. So maybe that actually played a role, at least in, not so much people necessarily buying the game, but I guess the mainstream sort of media and everything kind of picking up on the fact that the game was coming out and indirectly advertising it in that sense, because it was probably a big news thing that, oh yeah, that the Game of Thrones guy is making a video game, right? Which is not what happened, but that's sort of like the simplified version. It's gonna be presented to the public. Lord, that was such a bad take. I don't think, well, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding Credo, but I think what Credo means is it was a bad take from us to want an open world Souls game. I don't think he means that my take is bad, but maybe I'm wrong. But knowing Credo, I doubt he would, you know, if he was giving me shit, he would be very much direct about it. He would be like, Daniel, you're such a fucking nerd and you're wrong. But I understand how Captain Dax understood that. Few factors too, the fact that it was so separate from the Souls game gave people a lot of options how to approach the game and make it easier. I understood, I'm still confused. Ah, I see, sorry. My bad then. Then I misunderstood what you said, Dax. Yeah, I mean, I think my understanding of Credo's take is that Credo doesn't like Elden Ring very much and the open world aspect of it. And so it was, you know, we didn't know what we wanted. We wanted an open world Souls games, but we were wrong. Is sort of Credo's take, right? Which I understand. There's a few things about the open world aspect of Elden Ring that bother me, right? It's just I don't like this with fancy words. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's Credo's job, right? Take a very simple thing and make it complex with extra words. I feel that very much myself. But yeah, I don't know, Marique. I wonder how much that actually played a role, because I feel like for a lot of people getting into Elden Ring, a lot of the, like, how many people do you see on Twitch, for instance, who are going to tell you Elden Ring was my first Souls game? How many of you in chat? I'm sure there's plenty of you guys for whom Elden Ring was the first From Software game you played, or first Souls-like, right? And I believe for those people, I don't think for those people the comparison with the Souls game was very much a thing. Because they maybe weren't even aware of them, or, you know, and again, like, there's going to be a bias on Twitch, in especially like Twitch chats, because we tend to be more, you know, slightly more intense gamers than most people, by virtue of being on Twitch. Like, if you watch a nerd play video games on Twitch, you're a bit more of a gamer than most people, right? But I think for a lot of, like, I don't know how many copies that game sold, like 20 million or something. For a lot of these people, like a lot of the mainstream audience of Elden Ring, I don't think they got in and bought the game with the idea of like, oh, it's gonna make it easier for me to play compared to a Souls game, right? I think a lot of people just literally just saw big open world RPG, Game of Thrones writer. Bam, I'm getting the game. Yeah, Marie, but I would wager that this circle is already like a bit of a subsection of people that are pretty into gaming, right? As opposed to, again, like, if a game sells 20 million, you're not just selling to, you know, gamers. If a game sells that much, you're selling to a bunch of mainstream people that play games very occasionally and just, you know, get the next big thing, right? So I'm thinking about those people as well, right? But again, I mean, I have no, you know, I'm just talking from personal observation there, so your observation's just as valid as mine. I have no data or anything, so. But yeah, I also think, you know, I think the timing of the release, the fact that it came out still during the sort of COVID, post-COVID era, a lot of people at home playing more games than always. Streaming was a lot bigger, so the you know, everyone playing the game probably also pushed the popularity of the game by a lot. You know. Insanely high review scores, that is true. Yeah. That is true. I will not stand for that DS2 apologies. DS2 is a terrible video game. I actually, you know what? Scratch that. I'm not Naz. DS2 is not that terrible of a video game. I think it's vastly inferior to every other game, you know, modern From Software games, though. And I don't think it's a good video game. I think it's a medium bad game. I'm okay. I was okay playing it. By the end of it, I was very glad it was over. Although, to be fair, some of the DLCs may have played a role in my perception by the end. I think the DLCs are not great. A few interesting bosses, but that's about it. Yeah, no, I get that, Credo. And I think I feel that too. I would prefer if they made more linear, sort of, you know, well-designed game, like really super good level design games like the Bloodborne or the older Souls games rather than open world. But yo, Shagrat, thank you so much for the 23 months. Thank you for the Prime sub, Shagrat. You will be remembered. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Shagrat, we have a Discord server now if you're interested in getting notifications for when I go live. I know you're a very busy person, but just in case, we do have a Discord server now. So, this is a thing. And everyone else, of course, you're all welcome to join in. Its PvP at launch was the best. Yeah, I think the PvP in Dark Souls 2 was great. And I think a big part of why it was so great... I was thinking about it the other day. I was watching Grim play Dark Souls 2. And she was surprised that she could get invaded even though she had died and all that. Because in other Souls games, if you're not embered or alive or whatever the terms are, you can't get invaded. And so she was getting invaded even after dying. And she was surprised about that. And I was like, oh... We were talking about that in her chat. And I was like, oh yeah, that's true. In Dark Souls 2... like, the invasion system was a lot smoother. You could get invaded at any point. And I think that, in many ways, also helped fostering that PvP community in the early days of Dark Souls 2, right? It immediately set up Dark Souls 2 to be very much more PvP focused. And then on top of that, of course, the longevity of it was due to how many different builds they were, like a lot of variety in the builds, much more easy to switch builds around and try things as opposed to the other games. So I think that definitely also like played a role in its longevity. But yeah, Dark Souls 2 for PvP was... I didn't participate myself, but I remember watching streamers doing PvP at the time. It was definitely peak for sure. I don't know how Elden Ring is. I've never actually paid much attention to it. I know Peeves doing PvP a lot. He's playing a lot of PvP in Elden Ring, but yeah, I don't know how actually good it is. I would assume there's a lot of different builds though. Like there's so many items and weapons and spells and skills. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Captain Max, for sure. You know, again, I have my personal preferences, but I'm definitely happy when a developer tries new things, for sure. Which is why I don't want an Elden Ring 2, I don't want a Bloodborne 2, I don't want a Dark Souls 4, I don't want any of that. I want something else. I want them to try something new, like they tend to do, right? I want them to try stuff as creative and unique as Sekiro or Bloodborne when it came out, or, you know, all of this. I want them to try new things. That's what's interesting for me. No Sekiro 2. I just want them to try new things. And that's what they're doing. So I shouldn't be so upset about it, but there's definitely something about Night Rain and especially Well, I mean, Night Rain's just a spin-off of Elden Ring, right? But like Dusk Bloods, there's something that rubs me the wrong way about Dusk Bloods is that despite everything, it just looks like a weird asset mix. Mixing old assets from previous games with weird stuff that looks a little out of place. I don't know. I'm not excited about the trailer that I saw. I will say that. It definitely doesn't. But we'll see when the game actually releases, right? You never know, but yeah, I'm not excited about Dusk Bloods whatsoever. I won't, you know, but again, they're trying other things. Maybe it's not for me, but maybe it'll do great. So, hopefully at some point we get another proper single-player focused non-open world. Oh my god, I almost dove to my, probably not death, but experience. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Those multiplayer games are obviously forced by the corpo. I don't know, Suck in a Jar. Maybe, I mean, maybe, but who knows? Maybe Miyazaki just really wants to make a open world extraction, sorry, a multiplayer extraction game. I've heard people saying that Miyazaki apparently mentioned that he's a big fan of those games, right? Tarkov and all that, and thinks that there's good lessons to take from them, so. I think it's easy to blame the publishers and corporations when we don't like something, right? It allows us to be like, oh no, but my precious game creator, Miyazaki, wouldn't do something that I wouldn't like. It's obviously the publisher's fault, right? Which can be true sometimes. I'm not saying it's not. You know, I'm very much in favor of blaming publishers over devs for terrible marketing decisions or microtransactions and shit like that, right? But there's also a chance that sometimes the designer wants to make something that you don't like, and that's okay. But who knows? I mean, I don't think we have any information about what happened with Duskbloods, so we'll see. Hey, Hammond Cutter, how are you doing today? You're making progress? I wish I could say that. So here's our journey so far, Hammond, right? How are you doing, by the way? So we went here, we explored this, and then we went there, and we explored that cliff here, those dungeons, went here, then crossed the gate here, then went up there, explored those little cliffs, all the way up here, interesting cave, then came back, followed that road down there, found some stuff here, and then all the way there, found Irina. I let the spirit of adventure lead me through the bridge, even though I haven't finished exploring this, which is very unusual for me. I feel I have a lot of anxiety about that, the fact that I haven't explored that area before moving on, but I'm trying to open myself to new experiences. I'm letting the spirit of exploration, you know, the spirit of adventure take over. And then we explored this, found a dungeon here, and now I'm going straight. We explored all of this after the walls, and now we're in the castle. I still have this entire fucking island to explore. I was looking, expecting you to be still in Limgrave. Yeah, but I mean, technically we haven't finished exploring it, right? But yeah, that's true. I sort of let myself get carried away with exploring, so. Although technically speaking, Hammond, we're in week 2, so I think week 1 was Limgrave. Technically speaking. Yo, Atherma, how are you doing today? 40 months. Thank you so much for the resub. That's a lot of months. Atherma, you will be remembered indeed. We have a Discord, Atherma. I don't know if you heard, if you saw. You can join for live notifications and all that. And if you're a sub, you have a community chat. And if you're a tier 2 or above, there's some like special benefits, including a spoiler chat if you want to talk about stuff you can't talk in the stream because of the rules, you know, stuff like that. And maybe private exclusive streams from time to time of me playing stuff that I'm not playing on stream. We'll see. This is only my second time being here and not lurking, so none of that time is real to me. I get that, Hammond. And it's always a pleasure having you. I hope you've not been here because you're good busy, not bad busy. Just like OnlyFans exclusive content? Hell yeah. That's exactly what's happening, yeah. You've just been sleeping? Okay. How is your torch-only run going? Guys, if you want to see someone making crazy challenge runs, you should follow Ham and Kutta here. She's amazing. She has a very cozy vibe on her stream. Slightly degenerate at some points, but in a good way. And she's doing crazy challenge runs. One of them being going all the way to NG plus 69. Which I think you're in the 50s now or something. Right? Which is kind of crazy to do, but it is what it is. And another one of those crazy runs is a torch-only run. Which I can't even imagine. But do you have to use the base torch for your run, Hammond? Because I just found like a special torch that does more damage because of fire damage. I actually thought about you when I found it. I was like, oh. Or do you have to use the base one? The first torch that you get, and I'm not upgrading it, my character isn't leveled. Okay. Yeah, so that kind of craziness at Ham and Kutta's is what you can expect. Good people. And I'm very, very happy that, you know, the type of people I'm very happy Twitch put on my path in life. Good friends. Also, you haven't seen my notes probably in a while. It's starting to fill up. We even take screenshots of things. You know, if we want to see if we can find them in real life or whatever in the game, and you know, this is a whole thing. Racing Daniel to the finish line. Who will beat the game first? It is definitely you. I have no chance whatsoever. You can finish the game. I mean, you're gonna, with your NG Plus runs or whatever, you're gonna finish the game 20 times before I can even finish it once. And your torch run is probably gonna be over before mine is. Yeah. What's up, people shit? How are you doing today? What do you use to make these notes? Scapple. It's called Scapple. It's a program that I use typically to work on my writing, my novels. And then I implemented it on OBS with, you know, some OBS magic, I guess. I mean, more restriction. I've told people I'm not putting myself through probably another 100 hours of torture. Torture! That's a good one. I should be mad because it's a pun, but it's actually a good one. Unless someone pays me a few $1,000s. Yeah, that's right. If you do something well, you shouldn't do it for free. I saying that, I feel like there's a lot of exceptions to that, actually, but... Alright, so I think I'm gonna jump down there. There's a ladder here. I just spotted that right now, which I think is gonna bring me back down, maybe? Let's see. A generally good rule? I guess so. What I love the most about this area, Hammond, is that it's raining all the time. It's really a good vibe. There's something really cool that they've done in this game with the ambient music. I'm just noticing it time and time again, but the ambient music is really good, but it's also absolutely non-intrusive. I never even think about the fact that it's there, but every time I actually like pay attention and listen a little bit, I realize how great it is. And it never gets repetitive. It never feels like you're listening to the same track for hours, right? I don't know, there's something really well done about it. Just stems, chords here and there. Yeah, it's almost like it's a suggestion of a track rather than a track itself. it's giving you just a hint of a track, and then it gives space for it to not fill space up too much, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, there's no, like, at least in those that I've heard so far, there's no, like, really leading melody or anything. Yeah. I really like that. How are you, Jay, by the way? Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, slide, you know, for me, ambient music in a game is really important. And you can see why right now, is that we stop and talk for, you know, long periods of time. So having a nice backdrop for the conversations is always helping. The nice little sound effects, the, you know, the nice music that doesn't take too much space in the audio of the stream, you know, so that there's place for my voice and everything. You know. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. They've done a really good job. No squeaky metal gate loop, yeah. Although that dude hacking at something down there is kind of ruining my mood a little bit. Oh. I would love to get more flasks. I'm running out of flasks. Is that a kick the ladder down situation? No, it's actually not. Wait a second. Alright, Rian King. Oh, so I guess if we came through that, we could have then went up there. So that's probably the way forward. Up there. That's like the way forward, but we would have missed the entire rampart area that we found by going the other way. Okay, nice. I'm starting to get a mental map of the area. That makes sense. Oh! Ah! Get wrecked. Ha! That was funny. Yeah, okay, so that's the pumpkin head dude, and then it leads us up there. Okay, cool. So we've done the rampart area. So basically if I die now, I can just come through here, and then I'm good. Okay, nice. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to kill that enemy. I don't want to avoid it, right? I want to... It's kind of the way I like doing those games, is every enemy needs to die at least once, right? And then maybe if you want to run past them because you're going to a boss or whatever, that's fine. But every enemy needs to die at least once. You never know which one can drop an item, a unique thing, or whatever. So, yeah, how do I start this fight though? Can I critical hit from behind? What a cutie. Is he sleeping? Look at his big toes. That's a bit of a gamer neck situation going on. Alright, let's kill him. He's so cute, let's kill him. His shrimp posturing just like he's like us for real, yeah. This is just this is just our... Also, he's wearing a helmet that covers his face because he wants to escape the real world. He doesn't want to see what's happening outside, you know. Okay. I was able to do a whole lot of damage and my stamina didn't go down at all because I wasn't in combat yet, I think. That's kind of a weird mechanic. I don't understand how the stamina out of combat thing works. But the fact that I was able to do so much... What the... That I was able to do so much damage without using my stam is crazy to me. Okay, I think blocking this nerd is not the play. He's using way too heavy attacks, way too much stamina. Alright. I thought he was never gonna stop spinning. Legitimately, I thought he was never gonna stop spinning. But he was just... I thought at that point, the hammer took over, you know? It was just the hammer perpetually spinning. And he was just following along. Yeah. Okay, I don't have any flasks anymore. But I don't want to go rest at the Grace because I don't want to respawn all the fucking beasts in there. Oh yeah, Credo, we're in Castle Morne, I think it's called. I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Morne. I'm gonna call it Morne because it sounds like morn, you know, like morning, which works really well with the Weeping Peninsula theme, right? Everything is sad, everyone's dead. Yeah, we're down there. We're in Australia right now. Tell me this doesn't look like Australia. Seriously. Haven't seen nearly enough poison for it to be Australia. There was a literal poison swamp here! And, I don't know, this looks like a hostile forest or whatever. I don't know. More poison here, look at that. Now, to be well, I mean, I don't know. I lived in Australia for a couple months and there was quite a bit of rain actually, I think, if I remember correctly. It was nice. I haven't seen poison though when I was there. I haven't... Listen, I was in Australia for 2 months. I haven't seen a single spider when I was there. Nor have I seen a snake. Granted, I was, you know, we were in the suburbs of Melbourne, so it's probably... It's not the boonies, right? But yeah, not a single spider. Not one. Okay, those things are annoying. Little Cupid arrows and shit. Shit, this is bad. Fucking hell. I am so dead. Ugh! I was really hoping I would get flasks back by killing them. Ah. Well, I mean, at least we have a shortcut of some kind, right? It's just my only problem is all the beasts in the middle. I guess I could just walk past them, maybe? Hmm. Yeah, see, that's a lot of fucking enemies right there. And there's dogs and everything on the way. This is bad. Because, like... I think I should be able to just kill the dogs without warning the entire camp, but... Because, like, if everything jumps me, like, it's a lot of enemies to deal with. No fucking way, dude. No, I refuse, dog. I swear to God. Okay. So that's the fight we saw... No, never mind. The fight we saw was on the other side, I think. That's where we're going. That fight up there is where we're going. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know, Thurlow. He didn't show himself after... I think maybe he glitched from, like, the top of the ramparts. So I'm not gonna kill that guy again, I don't think. I'm just gonna let him be a little nerd here. I want to get my runes as fast as possible. Oh, I'm not using my shield thing. I have a shield skill that I'm never using. I need to see how good it is. Bonk. I don't know. I don't... I'm sure there's a difference, but I don't notice it. It just blocks attacks, and that's it. I need to try it maybe against like a stronger enemy that has like massive attacks that just poop your shield away. Maybe those would work. Man, it's already 11 here. This is crazy. In the past couple of days, I haven't seen time pass. Like, I'm just playing the game, I'm chilling, and then suddenly it's almost, you know, the last hour of the stream. I've been thinking about potentially, I mentioned that the other day, but I've been thinking about adding Fridays back to the schedule for a while I'm playing Elden Ring. Just because it's such a massive game, and you know, we're gonna be playing it for the next year at this pace, right? Yeah, I think that's the direction I'm going. Let's see. But also I've been thinking, and that's gonna be less likely, I would say, but I've been considering starting the streams an hour earlier. We used to do that when I was playing Dark Souls 2, I think. Yeah, I've been considering maybe starting the stream an hour earlier. You get an extra hour of Daniel Matt every day. Maybe... Oh! Actually, thinking about it, maybe adding an extra hour is better than adding an extra day. It's the same result, right? It's an extra 5 hours per week. But at least I would still have 2 days off. Or I could do both, you know? I could do an extra day plus an extra hour. And then we get 10 extra hours per week of streaming. Oh yeah, you're right, 11, because the extra stream becomes 6 rather than 5. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, that I'm always trying to weigh the... Oh. Where does that lead? Okay, that leads to that guy over there, so I think that's a little self-contained area. Not sure that. This leads to here and there. Nope. And this... Oh! There's a grace there. Ooh, does that lead to the back? We've seen the back from the... We checked on the side of the castle earlier. Does that lead there, maybe? Weird. Alright, RGZ, have a good one. But yeah, so I'm always trying to, you know, when talking about adding more stream time, it's always something you have to weigh with avoiding burning out, right? And avoiding overextending yourself to, you know. So I don't know, I think I need to be careful with that stuff. But I really feel like playing more Elden Ring. That's also a part. We'll see, we'll see. I'm not gonna take any decisions, any rash decisions. But just know that I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about adding an hour to the stream, starting an hour earlier. And also adding a day to the week, so. You absolute asshole. Hey person, what's up? How are you doing today? Yeah, exactly, Sal, you know, that's the thing, right? If I'm gonna proceed with any of that, I'm gonna do one first and then see if the other makes sense. He's not dead! Oh my god. It's happened a few times now that I think the enemy's dead and is actually not. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, there's a whole thing down there. Holy shit. Hold on. I can see like a bridge. Oh, oh, this is so cool. Yeah, how are you doing, person? Have you joined the Discord, person? Were you there yesterday? We have a Discord now. It's a thing. Mostly valuable for, you know, live notifications. Yeah, it's brand new. It's gonna help with live notifications. Because Twitch is dropping the ball when it comes to that, so. And, yeah, outside of that, you know. Oh my god, look at this guy. This guy's fighting, and this is like a corrida. You know, with the bulls getting... Which is terrible, by the way. I'm not... I understand it's part of, like, culture and ancestral culture and all that, but... It always makes me feel very sad when I see stuff like corrida. I always root for the bull. Which I know is terrible, but... People die, actually die in those things. Yeah, that dude's been fighting for so long. And he's surviving. Hell yeah. Big fan of that guy. Look at him. Yeah, also he looks like me, that's true. Maybe I should save him? Maybe he's Irina's dad? I don't know. Do I have to do some special dance to get an invite? Saladino posted it just above your message. You joined? Nice, nice. Are we friends? Oh no, we're not friends. Oh shit. Well, sorry guy. You survived for so long. You fought so well. It is time for you to rest. Also, drop your spear, please. It's really cool. Or your shield. The Misbegotten Shortbow. That's a name. Shortbow wielded by winged Misbegotten. Fine fur clings to it. Designed to inflict additional damage by sacrificing range. Winged Misbegotten. What a weird name. Misbegotten. Is that an English word I should know? Like, is it a specific term of the game, or is there like an English sort of meaning to it? Is it like an existing adjective? I guess is what I mean, right? It's a real word, okay. Why am I getting a tutorial for a bow? Badly conceived, designed, or planned. Nice, thank you. Badly conceived, designed, or planned. Misbegotten, huh? This makes me think that these creatures have been engineered then. Like, that these creatures have been created by someone and are not natural. Or it could be simply, you know, they look like weird creatures, so like it's kind of like the gods when they made humans and then made beast men and then made Misbegotten. They kind of screwed the pooch here, right? They dropped the ball when they created those ones. That could also mean that, but it could also mean that they were created by someone, which would be an interesting kind of twist. We'll see. But yeah, thank you. There's a weird horror movie from 1997 called Misbegotten. It's strange. Huh. Okay, well, I don't know why I'm getting a tutorial for a bow now, after like 30 hours of gameplay, but I'm definitely not gonna use a bow very much, I don't think. Maybe at some point, but... There can only be one. Give me your shield. I'm always hoping for a shield to drop. Yeah, we're just putting him to rest. We're sending him to see his family that clearly died in whatever happened here. I'm just reuniting families. That's what I do. Oh. Sir? That's a cool armor. Are you... Is that the person I'm looking for, maybe? And if it is, why aren't you fighting? Why are you leaving your men to die? If you are indeed the commander. What a cool fucking armor. Holy shit. Okay. What? Look at his crotch. Listen, trust me. That looks like... Okay, do you guys see what I see? I'm not... Listen. No, I'm not talking about the man spreading, by the way, but the balls. Those look like two big balls. And a very thick, you know... Well protected, yep. Is that a meme? Like, does everyone talk about them in the community? Is that an actual meme? I can't be the first person who just stubs there and is like, huh. This is truly the long play we needed? Listen. Vati's not gonna make a video about those balls, let me tell you. I don't know, I don't watch Vati's content, so maybe he did. Who the fuck knows, but... I'm not a huge fan of Vati. Let me rephrase. I respect what he's doing. He's doing what he enjoys doing, and that's awesome, and I'm glad he's successful. I don't necessarily enjoy the impact he's had on the Souls community as a whole. But that's a different conversation. I think the problems are the fans, not Vati himself, if I want to be, you know, clear. What's up, Gray? How are you doing today? But yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, it definitely looks like a, you know, big pair of balls and a big, girthy, you know. I'm sure it's just perspective. It's just a weird perspective. But I think it's pretty funny. Let's see another angle. Yeah, let's see Paul Allen's balls. That's instantly the tone I got in my mind when you said that. We need to get the correct angle, because if I angle too much, it's gonna be hidden, right? Yeah, no, I mean, it it's not any better, no. We are too invested in this man's balls. I don't think, I think we're not invested enough yet. Is that could it be a weird chastity belt? Is that what's going on here? Did Irina's mom, maybe Irina's mom lives somewhere else, and, you know, he put a chastity belt to do his commander job so he wouldn't be tempted? Maybe there's a whole story there. I don't know. Look at me trying to create some lore with this. Why does he have... What do you call that part? The, like, you know, the cowboy boots thing? I don't know what it's called. The little thing on the back there. What is that historically used for? The spurs, thank you. What is it technically? Oh, isn't it used to like kick the horse so that they would, you know? Yeah, it's for striking the horse. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess though it makes sense that knights would have them too, not just cowboys, right? Cruel practice, true, very true. But a lot of history, unfortunately, is very cruel, right? What's up, Jabberwocky? How are you doing today? It looks like a lobster to me. Looks like a giant tick to me. What's a B-side? He's staring at his own ball. Yeah, maybe he's looking at it right now and he's like, what the hell is this thing right there? Who designed that armor? I can't believe I'm gonna die here in this castle. And I have to wear this ridiculous, you know, ball protecting device. Yeah, one of his hands is this is because this one holds the shield. So you need the, you know, the being able to grab things well and all that. And this one's for the sword. You need it to be well protected because it's gonna get struck in combat, right? I think that's the idea, you know. You have like a, you know, a less practical hand, but that's just to hold the sword and be protected. And then you have more fingers to be able to hold the shield better or do like fine, you know, fine movements if you need it. I don't know. I'm not a medieval weapon expert, but that's my understanding at least. All right, well, let's talk to him. Let's see if we can learn more about this chastity device he's wearing. I'm really feeling the chastity angle there.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself.
Okay.
But you can see how things have turned out.
Mm-hmm.
The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out.
Okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morne won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
Thank you. Sacrificial twig, sorry. Okay. So so the story is actually quite simple. They were using these people, the misbegotten, as servants. And they ended up rebelling, right? So I'm guessing the misbegotten were somehow like almost, I'm thinking about almost like a slave-like sort of deal, right? Enslaved a little bit. Okay. So it is just that. It's just as simple as that. I have the option to not give him the letter, which I think is interesting. I will give him though. Yeah. I'll give him the letter.
I see. From Arena. Thank you. I mean, you're dead. But I can't leave yet.
Okay.
Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured sword of Morne does not fall into the wrong hands.
Oh? Secret artifact? The Sword of Morne. Okay, hold on. Let's bring the notes for a second. Okay, so Irina. The castle was overrun by the misbegotten... How do you spell that? Misbegotten servants. The place is... what's the word I'm looking for? When like a castle is part of... You know, they are blah 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 to Godric. I can't find the fucking word. Vassals? There has to be a verb, right? Pledged. Pledged to, loyal, yeah. Indicted, no. Is that how you pronounce that? Indicted? So weird. I guess the way I could put it is Edgar, Irina's father, is vassal to Godric. A vassal to Godric. Is what I'm understanding, right? Mention of a sword. That maybe I can find. Okay, cool. Send the notes back up and talk more.
If you see Irina, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Okay.
If you see Irina, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Indebted. Okay. What is indicted though? That exists though. Indicted, right? I've heard that pronunciation before.
If you see Irina, do tell her.
I don't know. English is weird. I'm sorry.
Once he's fulfilled his.
Oh, indicted. Like indicted. Okay. What? Why does it have to be so weird? Indicted. Why is it not indicted? I'm sorry. It makes no sense. It's very weird. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry for the mispronunciations. I'm doing my best over here. Okay, so I guess we move forward. I mean, I could go back to Irina to tell her about her dad, but I guess... I guess I can go talk to her once we're done with this place, right? English be Englishing? We have 15 ways of saying everything, sorry. It's okay. Okay, so, well... This is a really cool dungeon. I don't know if I can call it a dungeon, but... A very cool area to explore. Oh. Shit! No, I didn't want to... Fuck! No! I can't use torrent. I want to go back. I mean, I think we saw everything, but I wanted to hit the wall just to make sure it wasn't a secret wall. But I think we're fine. That's where I wanted to go anyway. Touch grace. Red. Read. Also red. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I guess we're going down this place now? I mean, there's nothing... I feel like I've explored the entire castle outside of that. Okay, but this is Komedo. If I jump down, I don't think I can come back up. So, I kind of want to... There's a part of me that kind of wants to go quickly back to Irina and see if I can... I can tell her something about her dad, and maybe then it makes sense. This is one of the situations where I'm like, you know, fast travel, maybe... But she's not on the map anymore. Has she moved? Okay, I'm gonna... I don't typically like fast traveling, but I'm gonna use that here. I wanna see, because... Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna have to do that stuff to solve some of the quests. Very complex quest design. What's up, Naz? Oh! What? This is what happens when you fast travel. What's up, Ash? How are you doing today? What did you do? Nothing! I was doing my taxes. What is that sword, though? She's dead. Thank you. Yeah. Well, so much for that. Damn. I wonder if it's my fault somehow. Okay, anyway, let's go back to where we were. Although, okay. I'm gonna go back to the lift. I want to talk to Edgar again. I want to see if I can tell him something. Now that she's dead. What's up, Ayer? How are you doing today? Oh, Exer? Sorry, I'm not sure how to say your name. I need to read that. A talisman fashioned from a dried twig, so slender that it might snap at the slightest touch. Prevents rune loss upon death, but will be lost itself in exchange. Believed to be a twig pruned from the Erdtree long ago. Oh, that's cool. Nice little mechanic there. Probably use that sometimes. She's just sleeping. What's up, Darstein? Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing okay. I'm enjoying Elden Ring. Yeah, it's been a blast. We've been, well, the elevator's coming. Look at my notes. We've been taking notes. We're taking screenshots of things that I want to maybe, you know, try to see if I can find them in the world, if it's a hint to something or whatever. We're working here. You know, this is a whole thing. Also, again, I need to make sure I advertise that every few half hour or so, but we do have a Discord now, so if you want to get reliable live notifications for when I go live, you can enjoy the Discord and notifications for that. There's also a few benefits for subscribers, including a chat, community chat. I'm trying to keep it minimalistic, right? But yeah, there's a community chat for subscribers. There will be probably more channels going forward, we'll see. If you're a tier 2 or more, you have access to a spoiler chat if you want to talk about stuff about the game that you can't mention in chat because of the rules, you know. And maybe some private streams here and there of games that I wouldn't play on stream. So yeah, trying to use Discord to give a few extra benefits to people who support me, you know, the extra mile, I guess. That's been happening lately. I know, I'm changing. I'm a brand new person. Ash. Soon, the chat is going to get point redeems. I don't think so. Maybe. We'll see. No, I mean, the point of the spoiler chat obviously is about, you know, the game that's being played on stream. It's not about all spoilers. But nice joke, person. I know it's a joke, but I'm ruining it, but that's just what I do, I guess. That little asshole followed me up the fucking ladder. That scream completely ruined my stamina there. An iron cleaver. Is that the same weapon that killed Irina? It is! Has the same handle and everything. So one of the misbegotten killed her. I should not have left her alone. That seemed very poorly, you know, planned. Fairly large iron cleaver commonly used by the maltreated misbegotten. Steeped in resentment. These weapons are swung wildly and relentlessly after rushing up to foes. What a nice description. That is really fucking cool. Like you can, you know, you can feel like sort of again, like the resentment because they're mistreated, right? Maltreated, misbegotten. They're enslaved by people, used as servants or whatever. And so their weapons carry all the resentment they build up, and so they're swung wildly. Like I really like that description, the way it expresses the sort of the lore of this race, I guess. Yeah, tribe or whatever you would call them. Looks like a soul blade from Bloodborne. A little bit, yeah. But yeah, really cool description. I love when a good description gives you some lore about the... indirectly gives you lore about the creatures and all that. I'm invested. Yeah, no, this is what we do here. I'm dead. Show! I'm dead now. God damn it. But yeah, have you seen Exer? Have you seen the notes? We have a whole system of notes and everything. It's a bit disorganized now, but it'll get better, you know? We have a whole thing. What's up, Lord? How are you doing today? Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate the resub. Thank you, thank you. Lord Ep, you will be remembered. Appreciate you. Thank you. And yeah, make sure to join the Discord, Lord, if you want to get the live notifications. I'm still not used to promoting that Discord. It makes me feel weird, but gotta do what you gotta do. Especially in the first few days, right? I'm thinking $10. What do you think about... Should we get a bot at this point? Like a simple bot. Not a bot that posts things automatically, because I hate that, but a bot that we mods can use commands. Not everyone, because I hate the idea of it being spam, but like just for mods to be able to make like, you know, exclamation mark Discord. Exclamation mark top 10. Could set up streamer bot. I think streamer bot does way too much for what I need. I literally just need being able to summon commands. That's it. I don't want anything else. I can use stream elements for that, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. It's just to make things easier for mods, especially with the Discord stuff. Now it's... I don't know. We'll think about it. Nightbot, super easy. Yeah, I used to use Nightbot back in the old days, but now I have, you know, I'm already like integrated with stream elements for the stream anyway, so... I know, Greedo. I'm not ready to go the extra mile yet. I'm just thinking about it. What happened to you? I gotta start playing the game, Credo, a little bit. You know, I gotta engage with the Twitch meta a little bit, just a little bit. I'm still not ready to compromise on everything, like hype trains and all that, you know, FOMO trash. But if I can make things a bit more convenient for people, why not? Right? I'm still gonna keep the simplicity as much as I can. But I also need, you know, the channel needs to start growing and generating more revenue and all that. Which, you know, having a bot is not gonna help that in any way, but I'm just saying, like, that's why I need to modernize a little bit. If I want this to be a viable long-term plan, it needs to start making a little more money than it does. No, sponsor, that's the thing, right? There are some compromises that I'm really ready to do and some that I'm not. I am not ready to start doing sponsored stream for whatever crappy mobile game or whatever is coming up. The only way I would do sponsored stream is if a publisher contacts me about a game I was gonna play anyway. That, sure, why not, right? Getting paid to play a game that I would play anyway? I could see myself doing that. I'm not against it, right? But I'm not gonna start doing the random fucking stream elements, you know, sponsorship offers and all that. That's crossing the line, right, for me. so... Am I ruining this guy's day right now? I think I am. He dropped something. Please be the shield. Yeah, I think you can do that, $10 for sure. I'm just wondering if it's a, you know, something we need maybe at this point. I don't know. Old Fang. Hold on, I picked up... Wait, what did I pick up on this nerd? Oh, I don't know. It's probably nothing. Let's see. Oh, it was a stone, I think. Yeah. What's an Old Fang? Rarely seen specimen of beast fang. Material used for crafting items found by hunting carnivorous beasts. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial crucible. Yeah, it was a smithing stone that I picked on the... No. No, no.
You guys are so quick to help shake my head. It's fine.
We're a little more lenient with Elden Ring. It's fine. Ain't nothing but a fang. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial crucible. This is a whole new channel. They should... Nah, it's okay, Ash. Again, we have slightly more lenient rules with Elden Ring. Because it's such a vast game with so many things, it's like, you know... I don't think the backseating will... if it's not like direct backseating, like, oh, use this thing because it's great against that enemy or whatever, right? That's off limits, of course, but like... I'm okay with the smaller, less invasive stuff for now. We'll see. I'm trying to open up the... make the channel a little more accessible to new viewers. I don't know, man, you know... It's getting rough out there, the economy and everything. I feel like the Crucible is also, like, I've heard that word before. So I would like to get a definition. Hold on, let me Google that. Definition. I want a neutral definition, not something that's linked to the game. It's a melting pot used for extremely hot chemical reaction. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I, you know, remember the Crucible being. A primordial crucible, like a forge. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, like you would do alchemy or whatever, you know, brewing potions or something in the Crucible. So, like, what I'm thinking of the primordial crucible makes me think of, you know, the primordial soup where life comes from. So maybe the primordial crucible is the place where life initially came from. It could be a real place in a fantasy world, or it could just be like just a metaphor, right? Old fangs, you know, from like a rare strain of evolution. Vestige of the primordial crucible. Interesting. Granada, have a good one. Enjoy your sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. I just think of Doom. I haven't played the new Dooms. Is there a Crucible in the new Dooms? I haven't played 2016 and Eternal or whatever it's called. The man is gone. All for naught. Well, not really, because I know that he's gone now. Hold on. What was his name? Edgar? Of Morne? All right. Okay, I need actually a different category there, I think. Castle Morne. And I'm gonna attach this one to this. And the sword too. Stack. Bam! Irina, she's dead. Killed by a misbegotten. And so Edgar. Irina's dad. Commander of Castle Morne. Gave him the letter. Disappeared after that. Okay, the book stuff is gonna go there. That's gonna be the little Castle Morne sector of the notes. Ah, why is it? Okay, there we go. I don't know. Maybe we'll find him again. Maybe he's gone. I should return to honestly, I should return here, see maybe if he's there. You know, it's one of those things with the From games. Sometimes you just reload the area and then suddenly the quest moves forward. Maybe he's there, near his daughter's body. Before I go back to that one grace and continue the journey. Let's do that. He's probably mourning. It would have been better if you actually wrote it like the name of the castle, right? Mourning. I think it would have landed the joke better. Also, how dare you? 2016 is pretty good. Eternal's my jam, yeah. Okay, no, he's not there. Okay. He's gone. Alright, let's go behind the castle again. Isn't this a pun positive channel at this point? No. We're not as strict as we used to be about the puns. We don't time out people anymore unless the pun's really, really good. In which case you get punished. But well, I mean, that's the thing though, Atherma. We used to be really strict against the puns. The puns would get you timed out on this channel. The better the pun, the bigger the timeout. Now I'm just, you know, I'm just timing out the really good puns. Because people were abusing it. There's no tier 3, yeah, there's no super secret tier 3 Discord server. That is true. That doesn't exist. How are you, Timmy? Good to see you. Have you joined the actual Discord though, Timmy? We do have a Discord. That is the thing. And you get more benefits if you're a higher tier. I've been there, I can confirm it doesn't exist. I feel like I'm legally obligated to say that there is no super secret tier 3 Discord server. Because I don't want people to, you know, go tier 3 in hopes of finding a secret server. Because that... yesterday, Timmy, yeah. Brand new for notifications mostly. But there's, like I said, a few more benefits for subs and higher tiers. Simple stuff for now. Maybe private streams here and there. I'm thinking of maybe one of these days doing like a Tekken hangout. Like I'm gonna just play Tekken or lab in Tekken. You guys can just come if you're interested in hanging out. You can. It's not always gonna be super interesting. I'm just warning you. Sometimes it's just gonna be me hanging out in a game and not doing much. But maybe sometimes it's gonna be more maybe I could even play some short games sometimes that are not like good for Twitch, for instance. That could be a thing. So there's an item there on the ledge, but then I can't come back up, and then I can't go here which could also have some items. This is a nightmare. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go there. So I can see an item. I hate how committal every jump is here. Like every time you go down a level, it's like a full commitment. I'm not ready for this. Okay, I have 4 stone sword keys now. And I've only found one place to use them, which was at the very beginning of the game. We need to go back there at some point. Oh, dare they make you commit? I know. I mean, I could teleport back up and then do the jump here, but... I assume I'm gonna die anyway, so I'll be back to the grace sooner than later. Ah, those annoying things. I hate those fucking slimes or whatever they're called. They're so chunky and hard to hit. Look at this! How can I not use... Oh. There it is. Yeah, and the only thing that kills them is fire. So you have to have, like, fire tools, or you're screwed. Okay. That's a whole lot of them. Why are they all crying? What is happening here? It seems like they're scared of something. Like they're not, you know, aggressive and... Like the other ones upstairs were aggressive. They were like celebrating, taking over the castle and everything. These ones seem scared for whatever reason. I do just not enough damage to kill them. They take the castle's name more seriously. Good one. Oh. Oh. There's a lot of stuff in there. Hold on. Okay, so that's the hole I saw earlier. So it just leads you there. Okay, so there's no reason for me to go back up. That's good to know. Pickled. Ugh! I hate these things. I fucking hate these things. Most hated enemy in the game, I swear. What do you have to say, sir? Ghost of... Please help me, I'm of noble blood. Those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Marred? Anything but that, please think of the disgrace. What does marred mean? It means... my understanding is that it means something like desecrated or whatever, right? Like marred is a plagued or I don't know. Losing your honor or something. Marred. Think of the disgraced. I mean, that's a good synonym. Yeah, the game gives you one. Tainted. Yeah, good word. Tainted. I mean, I love that the idea that, you know, this person's dead, but the ghost remains. they're not returning to the Erdtree. There's that whole concept, right? But their soul's still there somehow. And they're still like crying and complaining about, you know, like they still think they're alive, like a lot of those we met in the world so far. It's a really interesting concept, those ghosts. I wonder where that's gonna lead. I feel like it has to lead somewhere in terms of like the lore of the game. This place is so vertical. Jesus. Ah, come on. Another one of those. Verticality in ER is insane, yeah. And like this place, you know, in this place it's kind of crazy because it like every sort of step forward you make is completely committal, right? You have to actually jump down or something. You can't go back up, so that's kind of neat. It's a very overwhelming feeling of exploration. I don't hate it. Shit. The ability to jump added so much. You can jump in older Souls games. Technically. Obviously very different. Yes. Demon Souls laughing in the background. Okay, Demon Souls. Okay, hold on. Demon Souls, you could climb little ledges, and you could go over railings and like walls, little walls. Which no other games ever did that after it. It's so wild. It's always been a thing that I've been like, I'm so confused why they never brought that back. Sekiro had jumping, yeah. No. A very different game though, overall, right? It barely counts as a game of the same category, honestly. It was possible only in specific spots that you can't even really know. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's see. What is this? A twin blade talisman. A talisman depicting a twin blade and a confessor. Enhances the final hit ending a chain of attacks. Enhances the final hit ending a chain of attacks. Okay. So like the last hit of your combos with your weapons is going to do more damage. The twin blade technique is a tradition of the confessors, who closely guard the secret of how they preserve the momentum of their attacks. Thus, the final strike of their onslaught is all the more deadly. Ooh, I like twin blades in theory. I thought twin blades were a great idea in Dark Souls 2, but I never used them. Is this maybe? Am I gonna finally use twin blades in Elden Ring? I could see myself do that. I'm gonna have to find one and see how it plays. I don't hate the idea. Turtleneck meat, pickled in a bitter medicinal solution. Craftable item. Temporary boosts stamina recovery. Nutrients churned through the body, practically boiling out endless power. Pickled turtleneck. That doesn't... I don't know. Can you really pickle meat? I'm trying to, like... I don't think I've ever had pickled meat. I'm trying to think, but... I guess that's the way? Huh? Okay. Not sure. Never had pickled pig's feet? No. Can't say that I have. Okay, so there's stuff on this side. Let's make sure I don't miss anything going down. There's definitely one of those bugs. Poop bugs or whatever they are, but I can't see it. So I'm assuming it's on the lower level. I cannot believe... How far do I have to fall for fall damage to play a role? I haven't taken fall damage in the game at all right now. Not once. I think I've died to gravity once, but not even sure, actually. This is crazy how much you can fall in this game. Fermented pork is a thing? Tarnished golden sunflower. We've already had some of these. Okay, I think this is one of those that gives you flasks, right? That's just a flask thing. Yeah. 5 flasks. So the white ones give you items, I think, and the red ones just give you flasks. Oh, what is that Swedish thing again? That disgusting Swedish fish that everyone memes about. Surströmming. Is that technically pickled fish? I don't know. I don't know what qualifies something as being pickled or not. No, it's just fermented. Okay, so fermented is not the only requirement for something being pickled, right? Preserved in brine, yeah. I mean, I used to make pickled onions back in the day when I was, you know, making shit like that. Read when I was in a relationship. When I'm in a relationship, I'm just a different person. You know, I cook way more. I do, you know, pickled onions, sourdough bread. I bake shit. It brings the best out of me. Because when I'm by myself, I don't, you know, I cook on occasions. I like making myself a nice meal, but it's less fun when you're by yourself, right? So I don't care as much, and I just, you know, snack here and there. And... What's up, Bristlebutt? How are you doing today? Domesticated Dan? Oh, yeah. I'm you know, stay-at-home boyfriend or husband is the dream for me. I would love that. Being with, you know, someone that makes a shit ton more money than I do and doesn't care if I just stay at home and do my thing, my writing, my streams, and I just take care of the house, you know? I would love that. That's the dream right there. I love doing chores. Especially when I write, like doing chores help me like solve problems in my writing and, you know. Yeah, house spouse, exactly, Cassie. That's the dream right there. That's what I want to be when I grow up. A little late for me, I think. I'm trying to not overthink, which is fun. My wife and I both desperately wish the others made enough money to retire. Yeah, I feel that. I get that. a therapy and meeting with one of my coaches tomorrow. Hell yeah. Hope that goes well. Yeah, Cassie. Okay, there's a shit ton of stuff down there, and I'm a little scared. There's like a bunch of rats. And a misbegotten in the corner there. There's a door here, so I think I'm gonna go in that direction so I can escape. And I'm gonna try to kill one as I jump down. Okay, shit. Wrong button! Fuck! Escape! Okay. Whew. That's a lot of rats! Okay. Nice. But yeah, there's something really interesting about like sort of how the world works in the game. But like obviously Irina, you know, we met Irina, she told us that the castle got taken over, but when you're here and you look at the castle, this place does not look like it just got taken over. It looks like that shit's been going on forever. Everything is, you know, dirty and old and worn down, and even though there's still like kind of fresh bodies burning upstairs, it feels like it's, again, it's following that idea that we mentioned earlier with everything being stagnant. It doesn't fully die, it doesn't evolve anymore. It's just a permanent state of this destruction and stagnancy. And then you go back to Irina and she's dead. And so like there's a part of me that wonders like, are we seeing like, you know, little conflicting timelines? Maybe like at one point we see Irina and she's just alive, but it's just like a spark of something that used to live, and then you go back to her body and she's, you know, kind of been dead all along, so to speak. You know, that's the type of weird timeline, you know? I don't know. A whip! Oh. What's up, Victimized? What's up, Nogger? How are you guys doing? I don't know, it's just a thought that I have right now with like how how time maybe doesn't necessarily move linearly, right? Leading to these situations of things being the way you need them to be at any given point. There's no like permanence to anything. Or rather no evolution to anything. It's just all stagnant. Oh, Grace. Hell yeah. Yeah, how are you doing, Victimize? Good to see you. Victimize, make sure you join the Discord. We have a Discord now for live notifications and a few more things. Especially if you're a sub, you have access to a few benefits. Maybe you can enjoy that. Okay, I can't level up here. Pickled herring is a staple here. Some stick in the head people eat. Oh, yeah. Okay, what's it called? Like roll mops? Is that what it's called? I remember that being a thing when I was younger. Roll mops. I've never eat them, but are roll mops pickled herring? It is. I know exactly what. That's what I was confusing with surströmming. Roll mops. That shit looks disgusting. I'm glad if you enjoy it. To me, it really looked like something I wouldn't want to eat. I'm sorry. I'm a little. Yeah, I mostly eat everything. I'm pretty, you know, I'm not very difficult with food, but this kind of crosses the line for me. What's up, Sisyphus? How are you doing today? Scolio Sisyphus. You know what, $10? I'm thinking we need to add Scolio Sisyphus to the list of my favorite Twitch names. Every time I see it, I giggle a little bit. It's getting a chuckle out of me every time. Scolio Sisyphus is such a great name. Yeah, my favorite Twitch names: Delightful Business Goose, Pump Action Pandas, Charismatic Minifauna, Eradication of Smallpox, True Dad Materia. I hope True Dad Materia is doing well. Parasocial Anxiety, Mamie #1, Dunder Mifflin, Magnesium-Based Wizard, Patty's Goodest Girl. I don't know how this one got on the list, but it's there. And Jimmy McBullslap. Love Jimmy. Great guy. But yeah, parasocial anxiety, I think, is #1 that I've seen on this channel. Again, as I always mention, the best one I've seen on Twitch overall is International Space Satan, which I think is such a great name, but they've never showed up here, unfortunately, so we cannot add them to the list, which I find very sad. Well, I'm dead. Yeah, Jimmy McBoldslab came here during the Cageathon and then the Until Dawn. That dude worked on those games, which I find mind-blowing to think about. That came out of nowhere. You wouldn't expect Jimmy McBoldslab to have worked on those video games you're playing on stream, right? That was kind of like the surprise of the Cageathon. Oh my god, I'm getting destroyed by those rats. I don't even know I don't even need to kill them. I don't know why I'm doing that. Jimmy McBoldslab was actually David Cage. That would be so funny. If that's the case, it would increase my respect for David Cage. For two reasons. One of them being that the dude has a fantastic Twitch username, and the second thing is I was going hard on David Cage during those streams, and he was still there and hanging out and having fun. So, you know. If that would be David Cage, my respect for him would increase. I didn't read the whip. A leather whip. A whip. Not originally used for combat, but as an instrument of pain. Oh, I know what it's used for. Though its supple attacks cannot be thwarted by parrying or even guarding, it is incapable of dealing critical hits. And you get a kick with it. Okay. Let's see what the whip looks like in this game. What? I equipped it. Nice. Very Castlevania. Love it. I feel like I'm missing a snap. Why is it not snapping? I feel like it should snap. I'm not gonna use that weapon. Yeah, a little crack. Maybe real whips don't crack. I don't know, when you use them like that. I don't know. They do. Yeah, I don't know. I've never, believe it or not, I've never actually been whipped or used a whip in my life. I'm more of a paddle guy. Okay, let's forget about what I just said, okay? Feels weird, man. Does it? You gotta embrace your freak, man. We're adults here. God damn it. Kill! Okay. Whew. Now we can post clips on Discord forever. Yeah, maybe I should not make a clip channel. No, I definitely want to make a clip channel. That's the thing I think is valuable. I also want to make like I said, like a song of the day suggestion channel. Just basically a music channel, like music links, but with the intent of picking the song of the day during the intro, right, the countdown from that list when I don't have a personal song that I want to play. I just pick it from the list so you guys can have your music, and then we, you know, We can attribute like, oh, hey, the song of the day was, you know, suggested by here, there, that person, whatever. A cool little way of bringing the community more into the stream, I guess. If you're not using electrodes, you're not hip at all. Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I don't think electrical current is my thing. You know, there's limits. But hey, if it works for you, I'm happy. Short dagger for throwing. It has no handguard, the blade is polished, and its weight expertly balanced. Throw at enemies to deal damage. Auxiliary weapon used primarily to constrain an enemy's movement can be deadly in the right hands. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's a fog wall here. What is that thing? It looks like one of the Misbegottens, but it has like a red mane. It's wielding a sword. I wonder if that's the sword that Edgar mentioned. Maybe it stole the sword. Like the famous sword of Morne or whatever. I don't remember exactly how Edgar described it, but... that really reminds me of Artorias' grave. For some reason. Obviously, same kind of aesthetic, but... and the hole in the middle reminds me of the giants in Dark Souls 2, I think, right? Like they have those faces with holes. Some common aesthetic there. Interesting. Okay, I'm kind of out of flasks, but let's see. Yeah. What a cool arena for what I'm assuming is going to be a boss fight. I guess maybe the Renmane guy is the leader of the Misbegotten somehow? Is the one that riled them up to start a revolution or whatever? Oh. So when you attack them, they turn red. Why were those I found earlier already red then? Oh, little crabs. Look at them. Sorry guys, I need the ingredients for crafting. I didn't even drop anything. Uh-oh, Mama's angry. Oh no. Mama's angry. That's what you get? Okay. Listen. I need to have resources for crafting. It's very important. A major part of the game. You guys are gonna have to deal with that. Bone bolt, fire bone bolts. More of this. Nice little corners. Fire arrows. Okay. And still no secret walls. Arrow with the tip set alight. Deals fire damage. That's a very... Whoever was responsible of that description was not a writer. Whoever was responsible of that description was an engineer. They had an engineer work on that real quick. You know, hey, that item didn't have a description. Can you write something? Sure. It's an arrow with the tip that's on fire. It deals fire damage. Great. Short and to the point? Hey, there's value in that. There's value in being able to make things short. I don't remember whose writer. I mentioned that story before, but there was a writer that was exchanging letters with their lovers, their lover, I think, and they said, I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have time to make it shorter, which I think is a beautiful way of, you know, talking about writing. It is truly like that sometimes. It's way easier and faster to write a long response than a short one sometimes. Especially if you want the same level of... if you want the content to be on the same level, but the text to be shorter, that's when it gets hard, right? If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Yeah. I love that. It's such a nice quote. Technical writing is very much like that too. Oh yeah, for sure. Because like technical writing, you have more considerations than just like a novel, for instance. You don't want the user manual to be too long. You want it to be short. You want it to only use a few sheets of paper because otherwise it increases the production cost of everything, right? All those considerations. And you need the information to be extremely precise and still, you know, deliver all the necessary information to the user, right? So, yeah, technical writing is definitely not easy. That's true. All right, well, I was hoping that I would get more flasks, but you know, I'm incapable of writing short messages. Yeah, I'm very verbose myself, as you can imagine. When I write on Discord or DMs or whatever, it's a curse. It's Edgar! I kind of feel like I need to summon him now. Castellan Edgar. Summon this cooperator. I kind of want to see what he fights like and everything, right? But I don't want to beat the boss with him. So if I summon him, I think I have to die intentionally. What's up, Anubis? How are you doing today? Anubis, we have a Discord server. You should join. I've been jumping on everyone that comes in the channel. Yeah. We mostly notifications, right? Live notifications, but there's a few benefits if you're a sub or a higher tier sub. You'll figure it out. I'm gonna add channels over the weekend. Yeah. You stopped hanging out in Cody's? No, I mean, I'm always on those servers, but I've never participated on those servers whatsoever. Outside of posting my link when I go live. Or do you mean in Cody's chat? In which case, I mean, he's rarely streaming when I can watch, really, but... Yeah, I mean, after Australia, you know, I've had a... Let's say there's a few people in Cody's channel that I don't want to hang out with. After, you know... being in Australia for so long. So that also contributed to me not hanging out on his stream so much, so... I mean, long... You know, water under the bridge at this point. I'm totally fine hanging out there in most days. Not all days. Most days. As long as it's just him and it doesn't bring other people on the channel, it's fine. And I'm gonna leave it at that. What's up, Raging? How are you doing today? Yeah, Colette, that's so funny. I love that. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Cause like, I'm afraid of like, what if the boss fight's too easy and the summon just kills it on its own? I don't think that can happen, right? Because I really want to see, like, I feel like it's exciting to see what the summons do, right? At least once. I don't want to beat the boss with them, but just seeing it once. I wonder, maybe it can even progress some quests sometimes, and if you don't summon them, it's gonna... Oh no, what if you have to kill... No, that wouldn't be... If you have to kill... Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. If there's a quest in the game, or several quests in the game, where you need to kill a boss with a summon specifically to progress a quest further, I'm never gonna achieve those quests. I'm okay with that. Because I'm not beating bosses with summons. That's not happening. But I do enjoy summoning some of the characters, especially when it's a character we know of. At least once, just to see how they fight and kind of maybe get some lore out of watching them work. You never know. Maybe they say things. Okay, I'm gonna do a first try with nothing. I feel like that's, you know, probably a good idea. The Leonine Misbegotten. Leonine from like a lion, right? I see it with the mane of red hair. Fucking hell, that character's cool. That sword is sick, by the way. Holy. I don't know if that's the sword they were talking about, like that Edgar was talking about, or if that's just his sword, but what a cool weapon. I'm out of stamina. Fuck! Yep, that was a big mistake. Oh, the music! Oh, the music is so sick. Shit! A lot of those enemies have screams that literally ruin your stam. That's kind of wild. As someone who's using stam for shield and stuff. Damn it. That was greedy. If I had flasks, I could have risked it. Whoa. No, let's go. What a cool design. His face is so fucking cool. Damn it, that was such a nice first try. I was starting to believe there for a second. I thought we might have, you know. Yeah, that was pretty clean up till that point, right? Yeah. Fucking cool. Alright, let's see. Let me, Okay, can I do that without... Yeah, I'm telling you, that this game has no fall damage. It's crazy. It probably does, but... I'm not sure when it starts, because... I believe that was a mistake, you know. Okay, let's give it a try with Edgar without killing it. I'm not gonna contribute, I'm just gonna watch him fight. I want to see if maybe that tells me more about the character. And then I'm gonna intentionally... If he does too well, I'm gonna intentionally kill myself by jumping off or something. I think I can jump in the water. What's up, Edgar? I just wanted to see if you could... But no, there's no friendly fire. What I'm interested to see if the NPCs are actually gonna say things as part of the fight, right? Maybe lines of dialogue you wouldn't get otherwise. Oh, did I? Okay. Edgar, if you could do something, maybe? Okay, let's watch. Let's watch. Look at him! Oh! Is that a healing spell or is that just a buff? It looks like a buff, maybe. Yeah, Edgar's getting wrecked. It started well. It started really well. I was like, huh, okay. But no, I think now is... Okay. Wow, okay. So he has... See, that's what I mean. It tells you things about the characters. and what the kind of moves they're using. He has spells like miracles of some kind, or I guess in this game they're called I'm not sure what they're called actually. Bye, Edgar. Castellan Edgar has died. Is it Edgar or Edgar? I never know. Okay, so obviously I'm not gonna kill the boss because Edgar did most of the work. That would be unfair. So I'm gonna let myself get killed there. But yeah, I wanted to see him in action. So I think we're gonna do that for most of the summons. Also, it's fun to watch them try to beat the boss by themselves, right? It's kind of funny. I don't know. It's an entertaining little moment. Okay, what I want to see now is, can I still summon him even though he died? Or is it a thing where he dies, he dies? But if they manage to do it, I would kill myself before they can. Yeah, I would find a way to just, I would get in the way and like get, you know, if I see that the summon's winning too much, I just want to, like, basically if the summon brings the boss to like half HP or under, I would, you know, I would, and they're doing really well, like they haven't barely lost any HP or whatever, I would just like grab aggro and let myself die or jump off if there's a gravity thing. Yeah, I'm never gonna let the summon win the fight, right? Okay, so you can still summon. Cool. Which I'm not gonna do. I've seen enough, but interesting that he has, I'm actually gonna take a few notes about that. Has... Okay, are they called miracles? Let me check. Faith something. There was a tutorial that said something about that. Sorceries and incantations. Sacred seals equip. Okay, so sorceries are spelled, and what we used to call miracles are incantations. Okay. Incantations and a halberd to fight. He seems like a sort of almost like a paladin type deal, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, bring back up the notes. All right, the Leonine Misbegotten. I don't think that's going to be a very hard fight. It seems like we're doing really well. But maybe that was a fluke, the first attempt. You never know. But I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for watching tonight. I appreciate you all. If you don't mind waiting, I'm gonna raid out in a minute. I would appreciate you guys staying along for the raid. Yeah, good times. Thank you guys for, you know, the resubs, the raids, all the love and everything. Thank you for the follows, thank you for the lurks and the conversations. I'm having a lot of fun with Elden Ring. I can't wait to come back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for more adventures of Elden Ring. So far, that's what we're doing. I may eventually add an extra hour at the beginning of the stream. We may start an hour earlier at some point. I may add an extra day on Fridays. We'll see. I have to think about this and be smart about it, but I definitely feel like I want longer streams, and I definitely feel like I want to stream Elden Ring more, because I'm having so much fun with it. Please join the Discord if you want to have the live notifications. It's the best, most reliable way of getting it. And yeah, that's about it for my usual, typical speech. Who are we gonna raid? I want to raid... There's not a lot of people streaming right now. I'm surprised. There's not a lot of people streaming. I'm gonna raid Ash Monster. She's playing South of Midnight. That game's really cool. I've watched someone play it a little bit. It's really cool. So let's go raid Ash Monster, playing South of Midnight. She's great. Give her some love and appreciation for me. Tax day tomorrow. Oh yeah, is that a thing? Like last day for you guys to give the taxes back or something? Anyway. Yeah, good luck with that. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, I got confused with my own speech. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.